Dear friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
Good morning, everybody. I wish I could say good morning on that lovely Saturday morning, but let's make it nice then, even though the weather outside is quite dreadful. But let's hope the atmosphere here will be much more positive. And I'm glad that you're coming close to the stage. I can imagine more people will be coming through the day. So I'm very happy to welcome you here. On the second day of the Progressive Governance Summit 2024. I hope you had a good evening last night, not only watching football, but also having some drinks, snacks, and chats and conversations. I welcome also our live stream viewers, not only people who came here to the representation. Actually, we were a bit bigger community than not only this on-site one, but also the online one. So yesterday we were talking about AI, security, climate, the nexus between democracy and capitalism, and I can promise you that today our program will be as exciting. We will again have sessions here at the main stage and the breakout sessions, and we will finish with lunch at 1:30. What is perhaps also important is that this first session will be a kickoff, and then there won't be any break afterwards. I will still come back on the stage to tell you what session to join after the opening. But now, without further ado, I'd like to invite Polly Toynbee on the stage to get us in the mood for the next round of conversation. Welcome.
Here we are. Thank you very much. It's very impressive to see so many of you here early in the morning on a wet Saturday morning. I'm very pleased to, we're going to have a conversation that is mostly about trust and the future and what progressives can do. And I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage Brena Forst, who is the Professor of Theory and Philosophy at the Goethe University, and Robert Missig, who is writer and journalist from Austria. So come and join us. Well, let's start with the depressing subject. Why is there so little trust in politics at the moment? What has happened? I mean, there's never been a huge amount of trust, but it's definitely declined right across Europe, in Britain as well. How would you define it? How would you explain it?
To connect it, to interconnect it also with the issues we talked yesterday, I think there are many of reasons, also paradox and ambiguous reasons. We talk about security and insecurity. We are talking about homeland security, internal security, innere Sicherheit, as we call it in German, crime and all of that. The second is the world in a kind of turmoil, giving a feeling of insecurity generally. And the second kind of insecurity is this insecurity of people feeling losing ground, stable ground beyond their feet. It's not very new. We have, I think, years and decades of this experience people have, that their lives becoming more insecure. Also their communities losing connectivity, so that people feel they are standing alone. If you're going through research all about the world, from the center of US to Gelsenkirchen, to Eastern Germany, to London, to Austria, the former industrial regions of Austria, what people in every of these research research is saying to the researchers is, I care only about myself anymore, which is, I think it's a standard sentence. And given that all the political cultures I mentioned are so different, but this is everywhere the same. And I call that a kind of a depressed individualization, while the individualization at the top is about chances, possibilities, the world is yours. You have a kind of depressed individualization at the bottom of people who are feeling that the context is of solidarity, of community, of where you can count on others, is leaving. And given that this is happening not since yesterday, but as I mentioned, since decades, there is a kind of rage and anger already, very strong. And we also talked about the gains of the right-wing populists and the right-wing extremists in the European elections, especially in countries like Austria, Germany, in France. It's a part of the picture. I don't want to be the Dr. Doom. We heard already in the last days that the European elections had some more positive outcomes also in other countries. But the right-wing populists and extremists are benefiting from this mood and this atmosphere. We all know that. Yeah? Last point, maybe when we talk about paradoxes and ambiguities of that, then we can say right-wing populists and extremists are benefiting from a feeling of insecurity, but the message they send is not a message of security, but a message of revolutionary destruction. Saying, vote for us, we will crash this system. It's not a message of security, because crashing a system is usually not a good way to get rid of insecurity.
What do you think the reason? And after all, what's going on doesn't feel like a new form of solidarity in that sense, not a revolution of people coming together, but a kind of individualistic rebellion.
Right.
Can you explain?
Well, I'd love to. First of all, thanks for having me. Thanks to the organizer. Pleasure to start off this day. Can I connect my answer to your first question about trust? Because I don't think we have generally a decline of trust. I think we have a reallocation of trust. We have a decline of democratic trust. And we have a huge increase of authoritarian trust. And so we need to think about why there is that decline in democratic trust, and why trust entrepreneurs who offer responses like the ones that Robert alluded to get so much support. And I think the term rage that Robert was using is very important, because I also think that to say that the right-wingers thrive on a policy of offering a good sense of belonging may downplay a little what they actually do, namely an aggressive policy of unbelonging. So they make their major points about who does not belong, right? And so we're facing a hugely aggressive form of politics that thrives on picking up various forms of resentments, some xenophobic, some economically motivated, so it's a mix, right? Once you find a language of addressing these resentments and turn it into a movement which gains its power, its motivation, its also solidarity, right? In defining who belongs and who does not belong, you have a huge problem, because what goes on is an attempt to redefine basic terms of democratic life, to redefine the term democracy and say there's a real folk and then there are the others who don't really belong. It's to redefine liberty in a mix of authoritarianism and libertarianism. Like, liberty is to be able to do what you, as who properly belongs here, can do, and the others don't matter. And so it's a redefinition of the whole political agenda, and we're now in a situation where we really need to address, I think, that whole spectrum of the attempt to redefine. They don't thrive on one issue mainly, and I'm not sure, but Florian Ranft will be of a different opinion, whether their main point is security. I think their main point is, as Robert was saying, much more aggressive. It's redefining who we are. And I think the slogan, "Take back control," is hugely important here. Trust, and I stop with that. Trust is an attitude toward others. You have a positive expectation toward the motivation of others to act in a certain way conducive to your interests, without being able to know whether they will act that way or being able to control what they will do. So you trust those who you think will act in your favor. And once you have identified with this aggressive agenda, people see a new point in politics, right? Because many of them have not voted for a while and thought, this whole game is not for me, and now they find a voice, and this waking up of people who have been silent, who have been breeding their resentments, and now give them a voice, is a hugely dangerous moment. So yes, it's not just a reallocation of trust, it's also a reallocation of solidarity. It's really defining who matters for me and who does not.
It is very alarming, and what's alarming as well is that at the moment, compared with the progressive forces, they have the best tunes, they have the best narratives, they make the most noise, they're most interesting to see what they're going to say next. Whereas sane, rational, calm progressives seem dull and uninspiring in comparison. What's the best way to counter that noise with a progressive program instead?
Yeah, that's a very tricky question, because also in connection to a debate about insecurity, as I mentioned already, the right-wing populist and the activists, the right-wingers, they have a message of disruption. They have a message of disruption, not of security. And the answer of the left, or the liberal left, or the center, or the reasonable center, is our message is the message of security. Don't be too crazy. Don't do crazy things. Yeah? No experiments. While the right is saying, do things really different. And this is for sure, as we know, in one way right, because we also know there is 22 to 25 to 30% of the electorate that possibly is voting for the right wing and right wing populists, the far right, yeah, usually. So there are 70% who don't and who are really against it. So the message, let's be reasonable, of the left and the liberal left is to resonate with that. But the problem is that Europe, as you mentioned, Europe dull. The second trap, and that's the most dangerous trap, I think, is the stronger the right is becoming, the more dominant is the message of the left, vote for us, against the right-wingers. So we have only a negative, not only, but there's the danger that we concentrate on a negative message. I really had the impression during the European elections that the message of the Social Democrats in Germany, in Austria, is primarily on that, not on the posters, but that's the message you're sending. On the posters, it says in Germany, act reasonable, vote SPD. I don't have it totally in my mind, in my memory, but I think this was one of the messages on the posters. And in Austria was modeling Europe more social, vote SPD. So who should vote on that messages? While the right-wingers have this simple story to tell, the simple story is the Allies, they failed you, sent them away, kicked them out, and there is too much migrations. That's the story of the right-wingers. We don't really have this story to tell, and it's less and less the story to tell when we concentrate on saying we are fighting only, vote for us, that the far right doesn't come to power. I think if you compare it also with some steps were made, remember on the SPD election campaign 2021, the Scholz campaign with this respect campaign that touched the issues we talked about. This feeling of no solidarity, this feeling of depressed individuality, this feeling of disrespect, and like Patrick yesterday called it, cultural insecurity. So there were elements already of a story, but they get lost. The danger is that they get lost and more when we concentrate on saying we are the alternative only to the far right.
Wolfgang Schmidt yesterday talked about the populism of the middle, which was a very good phrase, but I couldn't quite grab hold of it. How you produce, exactly as we were talking about, a popular and attractive message to counteract the message of the right.
Right, but look, I'm happy to respond, but the way the question is phrased, not yours, but here quite often at the conference, is you take the message, the attack by the far right, as the standard, and you think your task is to find a response to that. And there's a danger that by trying to find that response, you're already going into a direction of where they are that you should think twice about. Yes, they are entrepreneurs of insecurity, but is progressive security the response, right? Yes, they thrive on dramatizing uncertainty, but sometimes also de-dramatizing uncertainty. They de-dramatize climate change, and with respect to an aggressive Russia, it's surprising what they have to say, right? So they don't dramatize every uncertainty. Some they downplay. Should we have a response? Yes, but a progressive response, I think, cannot be too defensive. It can't be, security is not unimportant, so I'm not saying this, but it can't be the central term. For a progressive agenda, aiming at a society of equals must be the core. And then I think you have to define what a society of equals means, because true belonging, true respect is only possible in a society of equals. And once you take over the idea that trust thrives where we have homogeneous societies, you already made a mistake. I think this is neither conceptually nor realistically true. Trust thrives among strangers if these strangers respect each other. That's the kind of trust we have to aim at. So we should not adopt images of trust, solidarity, belonging, which have this cultural homogeneity index carried along. So a progressive agenda can't be totally silent on what kind of security people require. But it can never be a kind of security without the kind of respect and a politics of equality for all. And that includes cultural minorities, that includes migrants, but also people with low income who have no idea how, if their family grows, they could ever afford a bigger apartment. All of these people suffer from a lack of policies that makes them or regards them as equals. And I think that's what the proper response is, but not taking over the terms which the far right offers, because they already come with an index that we should not take over.
The trouble is, we're already so far from that. In some ways, maybe the gap is widening. Perhaps as more people get more educated, the gap between the educated and the uneducated paradoxically gets wider. You might think this is a democratizing process. More people are going to university. But, the polls show the divide between people who have degrees and don't have degrees is a wider and wider social gap. So how do we cope with that if it's a movement against the educated elite?
Well, you are right. If you look at the development within Western European societies, take this one, and you look at all the indices about social development, you see gaps widening between people who have better educational possibilities, and we all know how much family family situations determine these chances. Progressive politics has to address these gaps. It's not just gaps in income, it's gaps in education, it's gaps in all kinds of social possibilities. And to speak about the gap of wealth that has been developing since the 90s, I leave that aside, but of course, you don't, whether it's Piketty or others, it's just obvious. Our societies have developed in ways that benefit not just elites, but quite a substantive part of society which have access to educational possibilities, professional, occupational possibilities. But the spectrum of possible chances of the social power you have to develop your position, to have a perspective in life, that spectrum gets wider. And the people who pass by restaurants looking at the menu and making a short calculation of how much it would cost for their family of 4 to have a dinner there, and find that it would basically be their monthly or half of their monthly income. At a certain point, this does something to people, right? And we don't want to live in a society where this does not do something to people. That happens too, right? If this goes on decades and decades, okay, at some point people just give up. So it's good to be in a society where people don't give up, but it's terrible to be in a society where people combine that kind of resentment with xenophobia and extreme nationalism. And that combination we have seen historically over and over again. The anti-migration move and many moves against, those who don't belong are obvious cases. But addressing the economic and social imbalances in our society is absolutely essential. That's the task for progressive politics.
I mean, culturally, you're a cultural commentator. What's particularly alarming, most of all in the United States, but also in the right-wing movements across Europe as well, is the retreat from reason. The willingness to accept lies, the willingness to accept conspiracy theories, and a contempt for the experts and for people with knowledge. In Britain, we had one of our leading politicians saying we've had enough of experts during the course of our Brexit campaign. And that really is alarming.
Yes, it's alarming, and there are a lot of things alarming in connection to that, that there are these pseudo-medias that are actually right-wing medias that sending around all these lies and fake news and so on. And for sure, this is also a task for the left to be clear and to be more outspoken that we have to be the power of enlightenment, as we were since 200 or 300 years. To come back to some points, if I may, were mentioned before, I think we have to understand first that we should not make this dichotomy totally, that the working class and the lower middle class people, they are in a way infected by the virus of right-wing populism, and the more educated and the upper middle classes and the people with graduates, they are not. So there are working class people who don't vote for right-wing extremists, and they are real anti-fascists, and there are also people from the other side of the social ladder who are infected by this we against the others. So that's the first thing, but for sure it's clear that there are some groups of the milieus, the social democrats, the working class movements, the workers' movement, labor movements, should see as the people they should represent, that they don't represent anymore, and that don't feel represented. So the first thing is, if they are going or slowly going right to the right wings, the right-wing extremists, they are a symptom. They are a symptom of a problem, and the symptom for that the left is not good enough. That we, maybe the representatives, that they don't have that the people don't have the feeling these are one of us. And if we have a deficit on that, we have to care about this deficit and work on it. Yeah? I think it's not so difficult. And the second thing is, or the third thing is, if we're talking about insecurity, it's also about something we can call the manufactured insecurity. If people are anxious about how paying their bills, if people are anxious how to if there's fear in their lives about what's with paying the rent in the next month, and maybe in 2 years, if it's rising and rising. Then there is economic stress. It's not only stress which is coming from natural forces, but it's manufactured. And we have to give an answer. We have to be plausible on that, and we have to do it in a language that people can understand and that they connect to.
I'm getting the 1 minute signal.
Yeah, I know.
So, in a very short space, give us a message of hope. Why progressives should not be so glum. It's all right for us because we're in the middle of a good election. Yeah. But a lot of people here have been quite sort of low-key.
If we understand that the problems we have, or the right-wingers are a symptom, then we have to care about the reasons of the symptom, and if we do that in terms of economic policy, but also in terms of how we talk to people, in terms of empathy, in terms of being not so paternalistic, yeah, be part of them, then we can win back. I don't think it's so difficult. It won't work within 1 year or something like that, or something, or in one election campaign. And then we need to transform it to a story, three-sentence story, which everybody is understanding. And then it would be easy. It would be easy if we do that.
Easy. Reno.
No, it's not easy, but I agree. In societies which have lots of material and cultural possibilities, because I just painted a negative picture of the rising inequality of our societies. There's also another picture, namely the rising material and cultural possibilities. that our societies offer. In a society which has so many resources, progressive politics must not despair, because there are possibilities of improving the lives of people within such a society. We do not live in a society depleted of resources. That is just ridiculous to assume, right? These last sentence, if I may, the stiff task is that you need an agenda to truly hold on to and to some extent reclaim the central terms of our political life. Democracy is not the will of a majority declaring we are the folk. That's not what democracy means. Liberty is not to deny climate change or to deny the rights of migrants or people who live in this society different from what most people think the norms of this society prescribe to them. Migration is not a threat. We need to understand that if the media constantly talk about migration as illegal migration, which is now happening all the time, you have the image of crime already connected to anyone who is a migrant. So reclaiming these central terms is a task which is not easy once the discourse is going in a certain direction. But the struggle has to be done, but it has to be connected with credible social policies which improve the life of people. The security message is fine, but it is too much wedded to a status quo. So the security issue is we will protect you where you are from attacks from outside. But a progressive message must be we will improve your lives. And anyone who sees the state in which schools are in many parts of this country, and you raised the issue of education, knows that progressive security must go beyond the status quo. So we need other terms which are central to a progressive agenda.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well done. You can remain seated for a moment. Thank you very much for this very insightful and inspiring introduction to the second day of PGS. And I'm back on stage, as promised, to help you navigate through the program right now. As mentioned before, there will be no break. However, there will be breakout sessions. So if you would like to join the progressive perspectives on a new global geopolitical era, you can go to the boardroom, which is, as you maybe remember from yesterday, on the first floor. In the forum, there will be a session, Escaping the Backlash, Inclusive Immigration and Integration in Europe. That's a session co-designed by the University of Constance, and forum is here on the right. And here, on the main stage, we will be talking about reinventing multilateral governance for the 21st century, UN reforms and global security. That's a session co-designed by FEPS and FES, and will be chaired by Konstantin Berwald, who is the head of division Global and European Politics at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. So now you have a few minutes to go where you want to go, and I think the team also has a few minutes to prepare the stage for the next session, right? So find your way, boardroom, forum, or here, and see you after this block of breakout sessions. A quick update and correction at my end. The session will be chaired by Michael Wertz, so I invite you to the stage.
Well, thank you very much.
Very
Let
much.
me invite the panelists to join me on the stage. Please, Maria Rodriguez, if you'd like to sit in the center. Forward. Okay. And if you would like to join us, free options. Well, good morning, and thank you for your interest in this session. It is my pleasure to be your moderator today. My name is Michael Wertz, and we will talk about an issue that for many years in the Cold War era might have been seen as a soft policy issue. And in a world in disorder, in a world that is structured in a very different manner than only 20 years ago, we now understand that multilateralism is, I don't want to say our last hope, but one of the key pillars of how the world will look 10 or 20 or even 25 years from now. So I'm grateful that we have a panel of experts and strong voices in the arena that will speak to the issue of reinventing multilateral governance, and I would assume that that also means reforming and dramatically changing multilateral governance, because many of the organizations and institutions that we will speak about are still either products of the Cold War or they are finding themselves in a transition or in an evolution, if you look at the World Bank, to reconnect with new demands in a new era. So I'm very glad that we will have an opening input by Maria João Rodrigues, who is the president of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, a good friend of the Progressive Center here in Berlin, and also a frequent visitor to the United States, where I work at the Center for American Progress. So Maria, it's great to see you again. And your organization has recently published a book on the issue, specifically looking at the SDGs. And I assume conveying a sense of urgency, because as of last fall, only 15% of the SDGs in the 2030 agenda, the big reform agenda with regard to climate and development, have been on track. We are lagging behind the standards that the international community has set for itself. How do we deal with these issues? Give us a little bit of an overview of how you see this process playing out and how we can re-energize conversations like this one we are having here today in Berlin.
Yeah. Well, many thanks for the question. Good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be all the colleagues in the panel. Let me start with 2 or 3 questions. One, in fact, is about war. Is it possible for Ukraine to win the war and contain Putin's aggression if we don't have large alliances across the world? Another question. AI emerging as a big tech power, changing everything in our lives. But this is happening without proper rules. Can we go on like that? Second question. Another question about, in fact, climate emergency. Is it possible to tackle climate emergency without tackling at the same time social inequalities inside countries and between countries? No, this is not possible. So these are questions we progressives we need to raise, and global governance must be a central part of our progressive agenda. Now, we have a crisis of global governance, let's face it. And we have a very weak, outdated multilateral system in a multipolar world. So there is a big task ahead, which is really to update this multilateral system in such a way this becomes more inclusive, more democratic, more effective. And this is why, in fact, we in FAPS we have conducted a sequence of projects under the label United for, because we are bringing new ideas to the General Assembly of the Multilateral System in New York each September. So this time around, we have prepared, in fact, this book. You can find some copies outside. And the main idea is the following. We do have an opportunity now coming. And the opportunity is created by something happening in next September in New York, is the Summit of the Future, where some key decisions of reform and global governance should be taken. And basically, the summit will adopt a pact for the future. So the question is, what should be our proposals for this pact for the future? And we think that a new global deal is necessary. A new global deal making sure that we have the means to provide new public goods, tackling climate change, governing AI as examples. We should focus on youth and future generations to have really a planet with life chances for them. And we need also to recognize that something is wrong in the relationship between developing countries and developed countries. Because if we ask, if a country really wants to implement SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are we sure this developing country has the means to do so? We are not sure at all, because they miss the technology, they miss the financial means, and they miss the trade opportunities. So the purpose of the new global deal is about this.
Thank you very much. And let me follow this up with one very brief question. You have laid out an ambitious agenda. You have also mentioned that there's a discrepancy of how, for the sake of a better description, countries of the global north and the global south look at the world. We've seen this play out in a very intense manner when it came to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, where countries representing more than half of the world were not willing to follow UN resolutions that were pushed by the United States and Europe. How do you see this playing out? Asking you for a brief answer for a very complex question. How do these multilateral organizations and institutions that have been formed during the Cold War and mostly shaped by countries in the global north, how do they gain legitimacy, buy-in, and the full support for that reform agenda that you have just spelled out by countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia?
Well, I think this is quite simple. These countries, so developing countries, they argue, well, the war in Ukraine is not our main problem. So don't count on us too much to help you about this, because we have much more urgent problems. So what should we do? We should, of course, we need to support Ukraine with all the means we can mobilize, but at the same time, we need to broad alliances across the world by listening to their problems and coming with the possible answers to their problems, starting with social inequalities, poverty, while tackling climate change. Because for many countries in developing, they say, well, yes, climate change is there, but we want to industrialize because we need to create jobs, we need to tackle social inequalities. So if you want us to industrialize in another way, let's work together. We have a lot of technological solutions to bring about together. So the new global deal we are calling for with this book is exactly about a higher cooperation regarding technology, regarding trade opportunities, and regarding finance. Because I can tell you, at the end of the day, we need to reform the taxation system. And let me just give an example. We had a proposal coming from developing countries in the United Nations to have a United Nations tax reform. But for the time being, this was not supported by some Western countries.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Let me turn it over to Diego Martinez Bello, who is the State Secretary for Foreign and Global Affairs of the government of Spain. Thank you so much for making time to join us here. I'd like to ask you to comment on what Maria has just said, and also maybe weave in a response to the follow-up question that I have asked her. Spain is very exposed to Africa, as is Italy. It is a country that is heavily engaged, especially in Mediterranean affairs. So I assume that questions of the notion that the international order has not been built for countries in Africa is part of your daily bread. And I'd like to have you comment on that briefly, if you may.
Of course. So first of all, good morning, everyone, and congratulations for the book. I was reading it on the plane, and I think it's very thorough and has many interesting proposals. Just first, briefly on the general question, and I think there's, if you read our common agenda or the Pact for the Future in its current version, what's striking is how much it fits with the progressive agenda. So in fact, it's almost like a blueprint also for internal policies. So the objectives are reducing inequality, poverty, women and women empowerment, etc. So that fits in with what we want to do internally as well. And so the difference, I think, is the tools. We have the state has all the policy tools, and the world order has no policy tools except those provided by states. So we have at the highest level, the European Union, with real policy tools which have a possibility to impact internally, and then we have the United Nations, which is the opposite and is based on consensus. So that's very different, and this is a fact of international life and organization that has been going on for 100 years since the League of Nations, but what has changed is international society. So now we have global challenges, some of them existential, like global climate change. We have AI, you mentioned it, and this is something that is, if it's developed competitively, can have very good effects. But if it's developed in competition between great powers, it can have very dire effects on the economy and even worse effects, which I prefer not to mention. And there are now 200 states instead of a handful, like it was at the time of the League of Nations. So things have changed a lot, and the basics of the international system remain the same. And then, to top it all, we have regressive tendencies everywhere, nationalist tendencies, which make international cooperation. I mean, there's a backlash against international cooperation in and of itself, regardless of the objectives. And the aggression against Ukraine is the most blatant case, but I think this is part of a trend. So concerning the South or African countries, most of them are not in the South, in fact, but we have this expression of global South, which doesn't mean anything, in fact. So I would say there's an accusation of double standards, that's certain, and to say that the system is rigged and doesn't work for them. But there is also an expectation from us, and when I mean us, I mean we're in Europe, so I mean Europe, perhaps other countries, that we live up to the what our discourse and our principles. So I wouldn't say it's not a rejection, but sometimes there's some modicum of rejection, and then there's perhaps also some disappointment. So disappointment is easier to overcome than rejection. So that's positive. And I think we need to listen to what you're saying. Concerning Ukraine, by the way, the resolutions were passed with 143 votes. So that's the vast majority of states, including those in Africa and Latin America, and we did some outreach on Africa and Latin America as well. So I think we can work together, and what's striking is that when you see the Pact for the Future, includes all those principles, and all those principles are accepted by most states. In fact, apparently all of the states which are taking part in negotiations, which are almost every state. So there's no ideological rejection. In a way, it might be in the internal speech, but most of the time the rejection of the UN Charter is based on special cases, like Ukraine, in fact, is not a real country, but we are not saying that countries should not be sovereign, or we have rights on some territory because of historic rights. But no one is saying we are against sovereignty, we are against non-interference in internal affairs, etc. So that's another basis which we can work upon.
Perfect. I'll come back to this later, and I'll try to challenge you a little bit on this, because just having come from a 2-day conference on exactly these issues with a lot of representatives from what we would call global swing states like South Africa, India, and Brazil, the narrative is very, very convincing, and also very much not in line with the strong normative approach that we like to pursue in the Western countries. And I'd like to drill a little bit deeper into this. But let me turn it over to Ann Linde, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Sweden. You have set a very progressive agenda, your time on democracy, on gender, on climate and security. Would like to ask you to talk a little bit about how that connected with the global governance reforms that we are talking about now, and also how we deal with maintaining the speed that we need at the multilateral level if there are changes in government, like in your country and in other countries, where governments come into power whose priority is not the reform of the multilateral system, but in some cases the exact opposite.
Well, thank you very much. And I would like to say that our progressive security agenda is actually different from the conservative and the right wings. And you can see it very clearly. Let me just take 4 points where we have another agenda than the conservative and the right wings. And I will go quickly into each, but first the 4. First, gender issues. And we haven't mentioned it here either for 1.5 days already. But you should remember what Pistorius said yesterday, the defense minister of Germany, that progressive security is not just military, it's everything around that creates security and a safe environment. And number 1 here, I would say, is the question of gender. And this is also in this book. I also have it. We have now lobbying for this book, so please read it. There are actually in the first chapter, just to remind you, it will take 140 years for women to be represented in position of power in workplaces. It would take 40 years to achieve equality in national parliament. It will take 296 years for close gaps in legal protection. And we know when it comes to security that if women are in peace agreement, they last 20% longer if there is women in the negotiating team, and they will be 35 years longer if it's 15 years or longer for the peace to reach. And still, how many women do you think have been in the negotiating teams over the years? Well, you can think about that, and I will give you the answer, because the answer is 15% of peace negotiators between 1992 and 2019. And still there are hundreds, literally hundreds of research reports about this. So women and peace and security is interlinked. We are now doing a big project between FEPS and Friedrich Ebert Foundation on the Feminist Foreign Policy, Progressive Voices Collective. Julia is there, you can ask her more about it. And the first policy brief out of 7 that we are doing is to use foresight. And those of you who work, like I've done my whole life in security policy and defense, knows that if you don't do foresight reports, you are not prepared for what's coming. And that's both military, but it's also civilian, like COVID, like environmental disaster. But there is no gender perspective. So now we will publish soon a policy brief on how to get feminism into foresights. And we have recommendation, is Anastasia Montesir. She is a feminist researcher who has written it. It's very academic in the beginning, but the recommendation on how we should deal with this are very clear. So I hope you will read it. The 3 other things. Democracy. I mean, the democracy for the 6 years in a row, it's going backwards. It's not going forwards anymore. It's going backwards. And actually, there is now more countries going in authoritarian style than going in a democratic style. And when economists did democracy ranking on all those countries that are having election this year, they show that it's only full and free election in 43 countries out of the 76 that is doing election this year. 27 of those were from EU. And actually, it's today 71% of the world's population lives in an authoritarian state. 10 years ago, it was only 48%. I mean, could you believe it? I cannot believe it. And we don't have a multilateral system who take this up. On the other hand, instead of being inclusive, to get more democracy, to get NGOs, to get civil society, to get minority groups, it's going backwards, the other way. United Nations is actually getting less civil society inclusivity, and also all those right-wing government is cutting down on funding for NGOs. This is totally against a democratic multilateral way, and we need to change it. And hopefully, both in this book, but also in the high-level advisory board that was Guterres was setting up with my former Prime Minister, Stefan Löfven, and Liberia's former President, Ellen Sirleaf Johnson. They have a lot of ideas both on how to get more inclusivity, and they also said if we should do anything at all, we should start by SDG 5 on gender. And they have concrete proposal to use in the SOFA. Disarmament, climate and security, we can go back to that. I think that the work on disarmament is catastrophically low. You know, now all those agreements that were before with Russia and or Soviet Union and Russia and America are gone. They are not there anymore. NPT is being weaker. That's non-proliferation treaty that UN is overseeing. We, Sweden and Germany, were leading project called the Stockholm Initiative with 22 concrete stepping stones for NPT in UN to have more disarmament in the world. Finally, the climate and security. Everybody now recognizes that there is a link between climate and security. It's scarcity of resources, it's food security, it's water. Even when you go to Nagorno-Karabakh and discuss with Armenia and Azerbaijan, they are discussing water. In Africa now, everybody knows that the water issues of the big Renaissance Dam and everything is there. All those, I can say example, all those 4 issues is part of a progressive security agenda. And you know what happened in Sweden when we left after 8 years in government and the right wing supported by the extreme right? They stopped all 4. The first decision the right-wing foreign minister took was to abolish feminist foreign policy. Then they abolish the ambassador that I have appointed for security and climate. Then they cut the funding for both IDEA, you know, international, into half, and the civil society funding. And then they said that disarmament is not as important anymore when it comes to people who work in the foreign. So it's really difference between progressive and right-wing. And we should remember this when we want to make a new multilateral order.
Thank you very much, Ann. Neva Grasic, let me turn it over to you. You're the deputy head of the office of the Vice President of Slovenia. Your country is a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, so you have the opportunity to explain to all of us how we solve, or you rather, solve all these issues. More seriously, it is absolutely clear that the Security Council needs reform. It is also fairly clear that that reform is very unlikely to happen. It is not representative. It is a product, again, of the Cold War, and the veto powers were the powers that, when the council was set up, had nuclear weapons at their disposal because they needed to have a veto, so they would not have to use those weapons. That was the logic way back when. So how do you see that reform conversation playing out that we have just been talking about? And give us a little bit of a flavor of where you see your government advancing the agenda.
Thank you, Michael, and it's a pleasure to be here. I Anne kind of warmed my heart with her intervention, and I am hoping that we could go back to the gender issues as well. I think as Spain, Sweden, at least in the previous government, and Slovenia are all running feminist foreign policy, I think we have a good batch to discuss on this later on. But it would be a shame if we didn't talk about the Security Council, as Slovenia is a non-permanent member of the Security Council now in this mandate 2024-2025. I think we ran quite a independent campaign based on dialogue. We tried to have a dialogue with all of the partners, especially with the Global South. It's a shame that nobody represents here the Global South, but I think Diego and I, maybe Latin America and maybe with focus on Africa, can say a few words about this as well. Slovenia, as a small country, is trying to be an honest broker and a credible and consistent partner in the Security Council. And our slogan of the campaign was building trust, securing future. And I think it could be a slogan of the Reform United Nations as well, because these are the issues that we should talk about. For us, as a small state, I think the strong set of international rules is a basis and of crucial importance for our work. To have a secure, stable, and predictable international order is something that we strive for as it's the core of our existence in the international community, but it's slipping away from us, unfortunately. And we have to keep in mind that the majority of the international community are small states, and the two-thirds majority in the United Nations are developing countries. So we should adapt the work of the United Nations to this as well. What we talked yesterday already, that the challenges that we are facing today definitely require a strong set of rules-based system, a very inclusive multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. And despite all the shortcomings that we are talking about here today and all the existing divisions that we see among the states, it is a system that is still as indispensable today as ever. And we do need to do more as progressive to make it more effective, more inclusive, and to make United Nations fit to face the current challenges. When we talk about the reform of the United Nations, of course, we should touch upon the reform of the Security Council. It absolutely seems that in the current geopolitical context, there is a loss of faith that the Security Council has any ability to secure or effectively prevent any kind of conflict that is going on now. It is becoming increasingly challenging to find any agreement among the P5. And even the General Assembly took over, the initiatives when it comes to Russia, Ukraine, when it comes to Middle East, and so on. And it's impacting the work and the proceeding of the Security Council for sure. But it's the fact that it remains the most important piece of the multilateral architecture, but that's why we need to reform it. To become better reflection of the diversity of the General Assembly, for sure. To have a better equal representation of all the regions, Africa included, to have a balanced expansion of the permanent and non-permanent members as much as possible. When it comes to veto, I think the abuse of veto has paralyzed the Security Council as we see it now, and we are very much supporting the veto should be limited, especially when it comes to mass atrocities. There is a proposal many years ago already by the French and Mexican proposal on the political declaration of suspension of veto powers in causes of mass atrocities. It's been on the table for many years. Slovenia is part of a group of 27 states that is led by Switzerland. It's called the ACT group that is working on much more accountability and transparency inside the Security Council. We have the Liechtenstein initiative that every time a veto is used, that there should be directly a debate in the General Assembly and so on. So the propositions are on the table, and we'll see if there is some hope to achieve that. But also one Anne has said about the new threats to the security. I think the Security Council is not yet equipped to address the new threats to the international peace and security when it comes to climate change, when it comes to environment degradation, when it comes to water and food security, and when it comes to health crisis and so on. And these are now the crises or the threats that have significant impact on the security of the nations and on the global stability. I don't have much hope for the reform as well, but you know, yesterday even Olaf Scholz talked about hope, so let's keep it somewhere there.
Okay.
For the first intervention.
Thank you for that blunt assessment. Maria, let me take up what we've just heard. So the UN Security Council reform, difficult and unlikely. Does it make sense to focus a lot of political energy on pushing the reform of an obviously unreformable institution, or should progressive organizations focus on looking at UN agencies that are doing good work, like UNDP, the Food and Agricultural Organization, the World Food Programme, and focus on reform of agencies within the UN galaxy that are stronger when it comes to implementation, that are at least in part less politicized than the UN Security Council, and basically try an institutional reform agenda that doesn't start at the top, because that agenda has been stuck for at least 15, maybe 20 years. Is it time for creative thinking in the UN world?
Yeah. Look, this is, I think, a central question of global politics. So, and we progressives should have a global strategy for global politics. From my viewpoint, the situation created by the war in Ukraine and also the Middle East has poisoned the landscape so much that I'm not confident that we can find a solution up to the Summit of the Future in September. We need to put our pieces in such a way that in another moment the situation will be better. But in the meantime, we have acute global challenges. The climate, AI out of control, just to give some examples. So I do hope that the Summit of the Future takes meaningful decisions about this. And by the way, this will be followed by other summits on social development, on finance, in the hands of the Spanish government. So we have a full process designed somehow by Guterres to really push for a progressive agenda in spite of these difficult bottlenecks created by the conflicts, major conflicts. But let me just give an example about global politics. Last summer, we had a sequence which is about to be repeated this summer, starting with the summit of G7, followed by the summit of the BRICS. You remember last time it was in South Africa. This time will be chaired by Putin. So pay attention to the summit of the BRICS chaired by Putin. And the risk we have is this opposition between G7, meaning the West, and then the BRICS trying to become the representatives of the rest. This is a very dangerous game. We need to prevent this game to happen. This is dangerous for humankind, for the planet. Well, I can tell you, coming back to the example of last summer, the tension was very high by the end of August because of this. So G7, the West, and then the rest represented by the BRICS. We cannot let this happen. And what has reduced the tension last summer was a G20 summit conducted by India, I must say, in a quite effective way. This has reduced the tension, and this has allowed United Nations Summit on Sustainable Development Goals to adopt a common declaration in September. This summer we'll have a similar game. And now there is a very interesting novelty, is that G20 is being chaired by Brazil. It would be great to have someone here representing Brazil, because Brazil has a progressive agenda in their hands, ambitious one, not easy, but they can be a very important player. Also because they are preparing the COP. So let's, us progressives, work a larger coalition of forces across the world. So this is my advice.
Thank you. Let me take this up and get back to you as the virtual representative of the Global South.
That's my heavy burden.
A heavy burden, but also great opportunities there. My apologies for putting you on the point here. Maria has just pointed out the potential that the G20 has in Rio. Obviously, massive agenda for the Brazilians, positioning the country in the global arena, possibly for the first time at that level. Very ambitious, outcome-oriented summit. At the same time, President Lula has invited Vladimir Putin to attend the summit. President Lula has also been reminded by a number of Brazilian judges that they might execute the international red notice, but at the same time, it was a clear signal that the Lula administration has sent even before. For example, when they let Iranian warships anchor in Sao Paulo, that they are not going to subscribe to what people on this panel would argue is the normative democratic environment within we would like to see global governance play out. I mentioned to you that I just came from a conversation about the Ukraine issues and global governance issues, especially with representatives from Africa. In a slightly simplified manner, the argument was, you guys in Europe have conservatives up in arms. You're losing massive chunks of your population to right-wing and neo-fascist movements. You need to invest in your welfare states and in your infrastructure. Why are you spending so much money on Ukraine? We know Putin is not sympathetic, but everybody in the world is a hypocrite. And why do you insist that the norms of the post-Cold War order are so much more important that you run the risk of undermining democracy in your own countries and damaging yourselves long term? Admittedly, that is a little bit of a shorthand, and the conversation was much more differentiated than that. But I thought the bottom line of this argument is something where we need to find an answer to.
Yes, what I was saying before is not that there's contestation, but this is let's say a practical case. But they're not contesting the principles. They're not saying Ukraine has no sovereignty. They're saying there are other cases where we have similar cases of undermining the UN Charter, and you haven't reacted in the same way.
Yes.
So it goes more to a double standards accusation, and on our economies, etc. Well, they can take care of their economies. We'll take care of ours. That's not. I mean, I will go more to the criticism on the global attitudes, and they may have a point on that. So, but what I was saying before is that this is not an ideological critique. It doesn't go to the concrete point. It goes to an application of that point. So they are not contesting the UN Charter. They're not contesting the International Pact on Human Rights. Even revisionist, quote-unquote, countries are not contesting that. They're saying that they're applying a hypocritical way. And they may have a point on that. I'm not saying on a specific case of Ukraine, but in general. So that's I think that's different. And going to UN Security Council reform, you said, does it make sense to use lots of political capital? My personal opinion is no, it doesn't. I remember 15 years ago, I was a young advisor to the foreign minister then, and I asked him, but I mean, this is never going to happen. And he said, no, yes, it will happen, and I think it will happen soon. And it's been 15 years, and I went to G20 in Rio, in fact, to the foreign ministers meeting, and I saw that it was back in the agenda. And I said, well, this is not going to work out this time either. And it's not going to work, I think, for two reasons. First, because the current permanent members don't want to lose power, and that's. But I think there's also another point: is that if you reform something to make it less workable, less functional, I mean, the two are. I mean, these are self-reinforcing arguments. If you give more countries veto, there will be more vetoes. So the council will work even less well. So that's why I think there's a little chance for reform at the UN Security Council. I think there's makes much more sense to reform international financial institutions. We're holding the summit in 2025. That's almost mathematical. I mean, the Security Council reflects prestige, power, whatever, and that the international economic institutions, financial, should reflect economies, and that's almost mathematics. So I think that's a match, and there's one of the principles which applies as well. Countries who have an entrenched interest don't want to lose power, but then the other side, I mean, it will make it more functional.
Yeah.
So if you take, I mean, there's the argument that works against and the other works for. So there's much more chances of getting that done. And I also think that's more important and it will have more effects.
Thank you. I'd like to highlight one more issue, and I will ask Anna and Eva to comment on this. And after that, we'll open it up for a conversation. So if you have questions or suggestions, please think about them. And I don't know if we have microphones in the room. If that is the case, please make sure that you signal the persons that will hand the microphone to you. And you've been, as a foreign minister, part of a lot of government-to-government negotiations. And I have question for you and for Neva that I think is really concerning. It was relatively clear during the last spring meetings of the World Bank Group in Washington that you have an emerging and not so clandestine competition for financial resources within the broader development era. There's the food security people that want resources. There's a climate security people that want and need resources for climate finance. There's the traditional development community, and obviously there is the health community. That competition for the first time has been much more outspoken because resources are shrinking. At the same time, we are investing more into defense and military spending. How do we initiate a broader conversation about ambitious development goals that your government has pushed in your time, in times of fewer resources that are available? And how do we make sure that this becomes a unified development, climate, migration, and health conversation, rather than one where different parts of the SDG agenda are being played out against each other?
Well, you're right on it, that one of the big issues is the global financing and the global financing system. And unfortunately, it's going in the total wrong direction if you compare it what we want and what the right wing want. And I think the right thing to do is to insist that security is not only military means, but security, progressive security, is this much broader, taking into account issues of both migration and climate and food security and those issues. Otherwise, the military means will always win. And especially now, because many European countries feel like they have been naive and didn't read the situation right when there was a massive disarmament after the Cold War ended. I heard Jens Stoltenberg, who said that when he started 10 years ago, it was only 3 countries who reached the 2% goal of military spending. And now it's, I think, 23 or 24 hours. I don't know it exact, but something like that, out of the 32 countries. And at the same time, you can see that the development spending has gone down. And now you see one of the main countries that has nearly have the 1% goal, Netherlands. The new government has already said that they will drastically reduce their development spending. And you can see also that happens in Sweden, that they turn development spending into military spending because they want, like the leader of the Sweden Democrats, that's AFD in German terms. We would like all development aid, that is 1% of our BNI, to go to Ukraine. And they put Global South need of development in contrast to giving support to Ukraine. And of course, that is, it shouldn't be like that. And I think that the only way to stop this is that the ministers of defense and military establishment and so start to talk much more about what is security. It's much, much broader. We need also to finance these issues and not only military means.
Thank you. I think that's a very important point. That conversation, luckily, is happening, especially in the United States. It's fairly far advanced, but there is a connectivity that we need to define more clearly. I'd again ask you to signal me if you'd like to intervene before I give the last word in this first round to Neva with a slight variation of the question. Anne has argued that you need to make sure that there is enough resources for development, but she's also mentioned that we have kind of been fairly leisurely in consuming what we saw as the peace dividend after 1989. The economic estimates out there that this was about 1,500 billion euros that were not spent on traditional defense expenses, but were basically consumed by the European societies. Now the financial situation is much more scarce. How do you argue when you go home from a UN Security Council meeting to your hometown, when you try to convince people that your country and the European Union must invest more in SDGs, and people say, but this is really colliding with your progressive domestic policy agenda because these are competing interests. How do you solve that puzzle?
My hometown is Lashko, so they're more interested in beer than spending defense money, but it's a good practice for us politicians. Listen, I think the EU is fully aware that the success of the SDGs is dependent also on the capacity of how we can support this agenda in developing countries. These are the common challenges that are facing us that can only be addressed in the inclusive global governance. And EU is such a global actor, and Slovenia as a member state, of course, that it's able to influence this international game of pushing rules-based global governance and safeguarding the multilateral institutions. What we as a progressive are kind of fortunate that we have the leadership of Antonio Guterres as the Secretary General in the United Nations, and that his leadership on our agenda, our common agenda, is significant and is paving the way for this kind of discussions that you mentioned, Michael, and the work he's doing on the Summit of the Future and also on the Social Summit in 2025. I think his leadership and also the questions that we as the progressives are asking us is, are we fully aware of the current situation and the trends that the international community has? Are we trying to respect the mutually agreed rules and the norms? At least from my point of view, are we trying to be humble and are we showing solidarity in this system? And are we embracing the future, having the political will to do the challenges and the changes? And what I would personally add, of course, are we the ones that are talking about equality and equal opportunities inside this system? If Anne has brought up some numbers, I would like to bring us some numbers as well.
Briefly, please.
I mean, if we're talking about security in the broader sense, of course, then we should talk about also security, equality and security in all of the aspects. If we're talking about the General Assembly, one of the initiatives that we are supporting and working together actually with the Spanish friends is to have initiative of rotating gender of the President of the General Assembly. I think this is something that I would like to see, in the discussion as well when it comes to talking about the progressive governance also inside United Nations.
Thank you, Neva. We will invite you back after your
Yes.
non-permanent membership ends, and you can tell us the success story of how you have advanced that agenda. I will take 2 interventions right now. The first one is over here, the second one over here. Please let us know who you are. Please be brief and concise, and you're not allowed to address a question to all 4 speakers, because then we will have dinner here, and that is not the plan.
Well, I'll let you as chair pick who this goes to, but my name is Natalie Bennett. I'm one of the Green Party members of the UK House of Lords. And no one's mentioned civil society and the role in which we might have in enlisting civil society to work towards pressure, changing the multilateral institutions. I'm thinking of the example of Majinsky-style sanctions, which is something that came entirely out of civil society campaigning. It's not yet on a multilateral stage, but it's happened in many places. And I'm also thinking of the campaign for the creation of the international offence of ecocide. Yet there's very little public, almost no, certainly UK public understanding about what's happening at the UN, what efforts are made to reform it. How do we get civil society involvement and engagement, and what might that achieve?
Thank you so much. I think I'll give this one to Maria, because she's the civil society representative, technically speaking here, and we'll take your second intervention as well.
Thank you very much. Is this working?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Alyssa Schmier from the United Nations University for Peace. And my question goes back to the lacking support for Ukraine in the Global South. And I think you were mentioning the UN resolution and how we will see that the majority of countries are condemning the actions in Russia, but at the same time, we do not have the same sort of support for the sanctions we're imposing on Russia. So I think that brings up a very interesting point. And you were mentioning already, well, maybe these the countries have their own problems, or there's this discussion about the double standard. But I want to add a little bit to that, another dimension to it. And I've been talking to a friend from Myanmar, and she was bringing up the point, but we've been calling up for the international community to help us within our conflicts as well. And I myself have been working in Cameroon, and I have witnessed exactly the same thing, that people are looking up to the international community and don't see them respond. And that brings me to my point, which is actually, I see a lack of credibility in the Global South that would rather not see the UN as a global institution, but a rather Western institution. And we've been talking about like institutional reforms that are very important, but I want to ask you about cultural reforms that UN might need. And maybe gender equality would be one. There is a general secretary missing, a female general secretary. We haven't seen that yet. So yeah, maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Maria, the question to you with regard to NGO involvement and what roles NGOs can play. I mean, maybe the World Health Organization, the vaccination programs, the involvement of massive foundations like the Gates Foundations prepare something of a blueprint. I mean, there are examples of a multilateralism of the willing that has more substantially involved NGOs. And then I'd like to give the question with regard to the credibility of those institutions vis-a-vis the Global South, asking for brief response to Anne and to Diego.
Yeah.
Maria, you start.
Look, in fact, we are right now discussing a new paradigm for global governance, which should give a much stronger role to civil society stakeholders, and there are many, from NGOs, academia, the corporates, the trade unions, the social partners in general, the cultural organizations. Well, we have a full range of actors which have views about global governance, and already now they play a quite unique role. Anna was underlining this. We need to support this role. Well, this is not completely accepted. Sometimes we still have a traditional viewpoint according to which global governance, multilateralism, this is more about just governments. And even for parliamentarians, this is also not easy to bring the role of parliamentarians. But all this is under discussion exactly for the summit of the future. And some decisions should be taken there on giving a more organized and explicit role to civil society at all levels, at the top level, close to the General Assembly, close to ECOSOC, but also, as you are saying, close to the United Nations agencies and on concrete partnerships on the ground, because we see this is already the reality. When we have bad outcomes on providing solutions for food, water, climate, is because civil society is playing a very important role. Well, then we have the question you raised, the Western bias. You are right. Our United Nations system is a system of the 20th century, not of the 21st century. And there is a big push to change this. I must say that I was very pleased to see the first big United Nations civil society conference happening for the first time, not in New York, not in Europe, but in Africa. It was in Kenya some weeks ago. But this is my point. There we heard strong voice from African civil society. And their message, you can see even today, the demonstrations in the streets of Nairobi, when the government announced they will increase taxes because they want to pay their debt, external debt, extremely high. Almost half of the budget is to pay the debt. So you can understand the level of dramatic pressure they are in. And you have a full young generation in African countries saying, we don't want to have this life, paying for taxation to pay a debt with incredible high interest rates. And so, I'm sorry because I need to say something about the financial issue, and I'm so pleased that the Spanish government is in charge of this. Because if we want to have a strong alliance with the developing countries, let's tackle the financial issue. This is the most important one. And this is about mobilizing large-scale, long-term investment capacity from private side, from public side. This is about making sure that the countries in need with a big shock, a big climate disaster, they can count on what is called special drawing rights of IMF to help them. This is a big change in IMF reform. And third, to tackle this debt. Because if we don't have another way to deal with the high debt situations, most of their taxation effort will be used to pay the debt or to be sent to illicit flows to rich countries.
Thank you. And the summit you were referring to is the Agricultural and Seed Summit that has taken place in Nairobi at the invitation of President Ruto. He is one of the presidents that's very involved in global and multilateral affairs, a little bit of an exception in the African context, but a very important reference point. And briefly,
shortly to your question about why it's difficult to get support from the Global South for Ukraine. I think it's very important what narrative you use for once. When we took the first sanction, I was part of the decisions of the first 6 or 7 sanction decisions in EU. Joseph Borrell said, we have not reached out to Global South. And then we more or less did like you do in the civil society. Each foreign minister got 6 or 7 Global South foreign ministers, and we called them and said, hey, you need to support us in this, and you need to vote in United Nations for this resolution. And what we could see was, one, if we say that this is against Russia, more or less, no. They did not want to go against Russia at all, more or less, most of them. 2, if we said this is about territorial integrity, this is about the rule that one country cannot by force take another part of another country's territory, then we got support. And that was the argument we need to use. Not Russia is a terrible country, but if you don't keep up the international rules for territorial integrity, you could be next. And the second thing is that we should be aware that Russian diplomacy in getting their narrative is huge. I was in Jordania with 12 Arab countries a month ago. And more or less all of them, it was like 20 parties, progressive parties. This was the Social Democratic Arabic Forum as part of the Progressive Alliance. Nearly all of them had bought the narrative from Russia that Ukraine is not a sovereign country. So you cannot take any part of it because it was never a sovereign country. And that is bullshit. You know, we have even a big exhibition in Sweden now, starting with the marriage 1019 of the Swedish princess Ingeborg with the Prince of Kiev, and ongoing from there. So I had to tell them that this is just you being fooled by Russia. And we got a discussion about this because they really believed that Ukraine has never been a sovereign state. And then the international rule is not applying. And we don't understand that we have to have forceful diplomatic action to counter the Russian diplomatic narrative in Global South.
Thank you very much. I think it's important to recognize as well that, especially for progressive governments, be that Africa or Latin America, there's still a collective memory of the fact that the Soviet Union supported against colonial oppression, and also during the military dictatorships in Latin America, they were by and large supported by the United States. So it might not be...
Yeah, but narrative is like in South Africa, I was the only Western guest at ANC last Congress. And what they said, 4,200 delegates, was that we defeated the apartheid system because Soviet Union helped us. The Nordic countries gave more, but they didn't recognize it because we haven't bragged about this, what we did. So now the narrative among the young generation in ANC South Africa was they helped us, West didn't. And that's a wrong narrative.
Yeah, that's a kind of a reframing of what has happened from the perspective of the BRICS. I'll put you on hold for a second because I want to get two more interventions in. One was over here, the other one was with this gentleman over here. Please be brief, and your questions can only be directed to either Diego or Neva because I'm going to give the two of them the last word today in this.
Okay, thanks very much. Jeremy Cliff, and you can direct them as you see fit. A quick provocation, if I may, and thanks for the excellent points. I think it's been a really strong panel. I mean, I think as progressives, we are instinctively multilateralists. We vest our greatest hopes in universal multilateral institutions like the UN, like the Bretton Woods bodies. But as has come across, I think, already, those bodies are not in a good shape. The Security Council is deadlocked. I think the hopes in the Summit of the Future, I hope I'm wrong, but seem to be pretty modest from what I'm hearing. UN peacekeepers are pulling out of arenas like the Sahel, the DRC, and then you go to Washington and you have institutions that just don't have the firepower needed to confront the crises. I mean, the World Bank's capitalization now is about 1/5 what it was in the 1960s as a share of global GDP. And then you look at where the real ambition and the dynamism is coming from. And it's actually on climate, it's minilateralist bodies like the Bridgetown Initiative or the Climate Vulnerable Forum. On geopolitics and economic governance, it's things like the G20 or the BRICS. If there's going to be a peace in the Middle East, it looks much more likely to come from a regional coalition than from the UN. So as multilateralists, and this is my question, should we be actually tipping the balance, as it were, of our hopes towards minilateralism and smaller coalitions of the willing, and away from these universal institutions that are sadly struggling?
Thank you very much. This is going to be for Diego. And the gentleman over here, please.
Yeah, it's working, yes. The gentleman here, his name is Conny Reuter. I spent a lot of time of my life in Brussels, so Berlin is where I'm living now, and I worked with Maria on a project from Progressive Alliance on the new inclusive multilateralism. My question to Neva, we know each other for many years also. There was a question of multilateralism and multilateralists. What can we do to bring much more internationalism also to our political parties, political families, and to civil society, and to get out of the trap that this is a discussion only for specialized, motivated, and enlightened people, but really breaking it down at the general agenda. I very much like the point you make on the necessity to work with smaller countries. And as we are here in Berlin, may I remind that we had last week the visit of President Boric from Chile, And Boric made the difference because he's very clear on Ukraine, and he can be also very clear on Ukraine because Russia did not do anything in 1973, although they knew that there was a military coup coming up. So I think there are chances also that we can go through with the principles that Anwar was laying out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Neva, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Connie, we can have coffee later for a longer discussion. I mean, it's difficult maybe for Slovenia. For Slovenia, maybe not so difficult because of our past when we were still part of Yugoslavia and along the line. And I think maybe this is something that we have in our DNA somehow. But time have changed, of course. For us, internationalism in our parties, unfortunately, is slipping away for some of us. I know that Sweden has a great history and is still part of engagement in Middle East and in Africa and so on. In Slovenia, I think we are still trying to find ourselves, how to cooperate further. And I would encourage, of course, all of the political parties, because I mean, these are the challenges. Giacomo spoke about this on his first day here in Berlin. There are challenges we are facing that we can only, recover from together. It's not going to be a solution, Slovenian Social Democrats, Swedish Social Democrats, and so on. It's going to be, solution together, us as progressives in the world.
Thank you very much. Diego, multilateralism of the willing on a smaller scale as a transition strategy?
Well, basically whatever works. So I think yes. I mean, I spoke about the European Union, so that's sort of very deep minilateralism. But we should work through the full scale of options. So yes, but minilateralism, of course, it works, especially when there's when the overall system is not working. And there was also a cultural reform of the UN.
Yes.
Very briefly, but I would just say that I don't know about the UN, but I'm quite certain that we need a cultural reform of the West, collective West. We are less and less convinced of our principles, so we are not convincing because we are not convinced. And we tend to preach ever more, so we should preach less and act more convincingly.
Thank you very much. We are right on time. It's 1 minute over. You will all become honorary Germans for your punctuality. Thank you so much for an entertaining and interesting panel, and please join me in thanking our speakers.
Yes, thank you so much. And so it's 11:15, so we have arrived at the coffee break. We will meet again at 11:30, and a quick heads up what's approaching next. So here at the main stage, there will be a session, Paths to Enlargement, a democratic and capable European Union in a changing geopolitical landscape. This session will be also organized by the Foundation for European Progressive Studies and the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. Then a forum on the right, a matter of fact, building democratic resilience against climate disinformation. This is hosted by the Heinrich Böll Foundation, and the boardroom in the first floor by invitation only. From concept to campaign, progressive security as an election strategy winner with a question mark. So interesting. So, and it's designed with global progress action. So see you again at 11:30. Yeah, danke.
Dear friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
Welcome after the break. I'm happy to see you back in this room. A quick reminder, in the forum there is a matter of fact session in the boardroom from concept to campaign, and here we will be talking to Paths to Enlargement, a democratic and capable European Union in a changing geopolitical landscape. This session will be chaired by the FEPS Vice President, Uwe Opdenhögel, and I would also like to let you know that after this session there will be no break, and we will reconvene here, or actually we don't have to reconvene, we will stay here for the final session. But before that, let's talk about the path to enlargement. Uwe, the floor is yours.
So, yeah. I think we should go. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Tudor.
Anna, hi.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're happy that the Berlin weather hasn't kept you from coming. I would like to start with a little survey, asking you before we start the panel. And it's an easy question. I would just like to ask you to raise your hands to the question. Do you think that the results of the European election, of the recent European elections, will make enlargement easier? Or do you think it will make enlargement more difficult? Who thinks it will make enlargement easier? Please raise your hands. Who thinks it will make enlargement more difficult? So, I mean, this is a quite clear statement, and we see if we take it up and how we take it up later in the debate. Now, our topic is Path to Enlargement, a democratic and capable union in a changing political landscape. My name is Uwe Opdenhögel. I'm from FEPS. A think and do tank, I would say, in Brussels, which is kind of an umbrella organization of social democratic think tanks in the European Union. Let me first briefly introduce to you our speakers. I start to my right side with Ruxandra Ivan. She's a state councillor, or was a state councillor to the Prime Minister of Romania, and is currently more on the academic side.
No, it's the other way around.
The other way around, at the University of Bucharest. No? Then we have Anna Lührmann, Minister of State for Climate and Europe in the Federal Foreign Office in Germany. Then we have Ambassador Tudor Uljanovici, I hope I express it right, former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Moldova, and a very experienced diplomat in multilateral affairs, different assignments. I don't dare to name them all. Next to Tudor, we have Tiago Antunes, who until recently was the State Secretary of European Affairs in the Costa government. And Tiago, I think at the moment you're active at university again. But I think you know Anna from your government businesses where you probably worked together on many occasions. Last but not least, a freshly elected MP to the European Parliament, Thies Ruijten from the Dutch New Party, a merger of the Partij van de Arbeid and the Greens. Maybe this is some inspiring idea. But this is not what we want to discuss. So congratulations to your re-election, Thies. So that will be our panel. Now let me do some brief remarks, I think enlargement is back on the agenda of the EU, not because the EU was so enthusiastic about it, but because of shifts in the international system, namely the Ukraine war. Because enlargement, again, is seen as a means to possibly stabilize the eastern neighborhood of the current European Union. I mean, we should remember that for more than a decade, the enlargement question was dragging on to the frustration, basically, of the Western Balkan countries who really tried to prepare, who really tried to keep their populations enthusiastic about Europe. Some of the governments even paid high prices, like in North Macedonia. They were voted out, the pro-Europeans. So enlargement has been a really neglected issue lately, and now it comes up with a lot of force. And I think also for our panel that we need to draw lessons from the challenges the last enlargement brought to the European Union. And here I think there is basically a consensus that the enlargement in 2004 was economically a success, but politically the results are very controversial. We have very polarized societies in Central and Eastern Europe. We have a disintegrated party system in almost all the states. We have strong right-wing populism. We have violation of rule of law in some of the states. So I think the problem with the last enlargement was not the enlargement itself, of course, which it meant the reunification of Europe. But the problem was that the West told it as a story of victory. And it was not a story of victory for the countries who came into the European Union. It was rather a painful story that created winners and losers. And I think for this, many of the countries were not so prepared. So we should take into consideration that the transition in the 90s, after the fall of the Iron Curtain, the transition was marked by a neoliberal model of capitalism and capitalist transition, and that created a lot of losers in the countries who came into the European Union. And there's a direct line in my interpretation from this form of transition and from the losers to the right-wing vote we have together. This is something we can discuss, of course. So, I mean, it resulted in my interpretation in a crisis of the rule of law for the European Union. And today, or in the meantime, it's accompanied by an aggressive Russian campaign to contribute to the disintegration of individual societies and the European Union. So the new round of enlargement has to draw lessons of the 2004 enlargement. The decision-making reforms must be discussed in the European Union. That's what we want to do here. And I think there needs to be defined a new balance between the economic and the political side of enlargement, in having in mind what the last enlargement was like. So far, I would like now to ask Anna Luhrmann, who comes back from a trip to Ukraine and Moldova, I think, to briefly set the stage. And then we will not have, as in the other panels, introductory statements, but then we go directly into the debate among the panelists. Please, Anna, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, I just came back from a trip in the Weimar Triangle format to Kiev, Odessa, and Chisinau. And it was really a very moving trip. Yeah, let me share some thoughts on it. First, it was in the Weimar Triangle format, and I think it's very clear that the Weimar Triangle has actually gained influence and importance now. And therefore, I spent a lot of time with my Polish colleague during the last days, and we talked a lot about the impact of enlargement on Poland, so I have to really contradict you in your opening remarks, because it's clear that for Poland, this is a remarkable success story. And yes, there are issues, also with social cohesion, of course, with right-wing populism. But I think we always have to ask the question, what if? Yeah? What if there hadn't been enlargement? Where would these countries stand now? And we can look to countries in the region that had not had the fortune of being integrated into the European Union this quickly after the fall of the Iron Curtain, Belarus, Moldova, the Western Balkans. We see where these countries stand now, and we see where those that had the fortune of being integrated into the European Union decisively at this early stage, where they stand now. And I think we see a stark difference. Yes, there are issues, and I think first and foremost, we also have to tell ourselves as European Union that we were not good enough in saying stop to derogations from the rule of law in Poland and in Hungary when they started occurring. So for me, one of the lessons of the last years is that we have to improve our instruments to address rule of law violations early on and be more decisive about that. We have to address, indeed, the question of social cohesion in a better way. Maybe we can talk a bit more about that, also in making the Green Deal socially more acceptable and just. But I don't think that the enlargement is a cause of rise of right-wing populism that we are seeing in Europe. On the contrary, I think economically the whole of the EU would be much worse off if we hadn't done enlargement. So just to set the stage here on this issue. Then it was a trip of the Weimar Triangle, but France was only represented with the ambassadors present in the countries, because of course our colleague Jean-Noël Barrot is active in election campaigning. So there we also see a bit the response to your first question. Yes. France is busy now with internal issues instead of providing all its support to EU policies, EU foreign policy and EU enlargement policy, as we've seen so impressively over the last 2 years with the highlight of President Macron's speech in Bucharest a year ago, or Budapest, no, where was it? In Bratislava a year ago, where he said clearly that the center of Europe is rather in this region than further west, and that the countries clearly belong into the EU. So other than that, the impressions from the trip, well, it's clear for me again when you are in Ukraine, when you are in Moldova, that these countries belong into the EU. They are, in terms of values, in terms of culture, they are part and parcel of our community. I've been to Odessa, also been in the impressive opera house there, where you can really see that also already over decades there was this integration of this sphere, and this is really something that also Ukrainians fight to protect now. Their own culture, the right to their own culture, and the right to live free of Russian oppression. So for me, it's clear our place is in supporting them, is in giving this perspective towards the EU. And everywhere we went, the perspective that finally on Tuesday, we will open accession negotiations with Moldova, with Ukraine, has been greeted as a beacon of hope, that a better future is possible. And also, of course, it's a sign of accomplishment also for the governments in Ukraine and Moldova, that despite the brutal war that Russia has launched on Ukraine and the hybrid war that Russia is launching on Moldova, these governments were able to have an impressive reform agenda implemented. In Moldova at the moment with the justice sector reform, vetting of judges, it's going on in a very controversial way. It's very challenging for societies to go that way. But again, we can see that in the end, this path to the European Union leads also to a better societies for people in those countries themselves. Because if you have a justice sector that is free of corruption, just judges that you can rely on, this is yes, a criteria of EU accession, but also will make everyday life for citizens better, will create a better investment climate. While I was there was also a delegation of 60 German businesses. They want to invest in Moldova, but they have questions, of course, about the rule of law and about the security of their investment. So therefore, yeah, I'm fully convinced that this is the right path because it will make our union more secure and stronger. We've been going on this path, and in parallel, we need to reform ourselves to get ready for enlargement. This is what Thiago and I have been working on a lot, and the European Council on Monday and Tuesday, again, I think will decide that these tracks need to go in parallel, and will decide on a very ambitious reform roadmap to that end.
Yeah, thank you. I think our positions do not contradict so much, because I obviously agree with you that it is economically a big success, and there was practically no alternative in the 90s but to do it in 2004 in this way. Nevertheless, I would keep up that the West has little understanding for what the countries have gone through, their citizens, and that this winner-loser paradigm is subconsciously shaping large parts of the debate there. But anyway, let me come to Tudor, because you're coming from a country that wants to join. So please comment on your expectations a little bit, and then maybe also on the result of the survey. Do you also think that in this new legislature of the Union, it will be more difficult to defend your interest?
Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Anna, for the encouragement and for the visit to Moldova and Ukraine. First of all, I would like also to set the stage and to say that, in my opinion, an imperfect European integration is much better than a perfect non-integration. So, having said that, and relating to the results of the very diversified survey that we just had today, I would still like to come with a very strong message that the top priority for Moldova and the best option is to advance towards the European integration. And the event, the intergovernmental conference that will start just in a couple of days on June 25, will set the framework, will approve the framework, and will officially launch the negotiating process. So that is extremely important. At the same time, we do not have the luxury of pausing or being complacent and think that, well, once we start, it's much easier to start a process than to finish it or to actually progress. And here we're reaching to the actual domestic reform process, which is extremely challenging. Because yes, on one hand, there is a maybe partial lack of enough capacity to fully implement the reforms which are necessary, and especially in the justice sector reform, which Anna has referred to, the vetting, the pre-vetting system of the justices. It's extremely difficult. Yes, on one hand, the lack of enough human capacity. On the second half, we have the existing, let's call, corrupt system or remnants of the previous corrupt systems. So you have to expect a rupture or a fracture in the changing process. But at the same time, it's not possible to do the same thing over and over and expect a different result. So we have to apply different norms. With regards to the hybrid war elements that the Russian Federation is aggressively implementing in the Republic of Moldova, particularly that is affecting the media campaign following the European parliamentary elections, that we have seen, and I have seen it personally, that there are information propaganda elements that are being thrown in the media, saying that, well, the new format of the European Union leadership at the parliamentary level is actually going to slower the process of European integration for the Republic of Moldova. On one hand, that creating or setting the stage psychologically, but on the other hand, this is also fueled indirectly by the recent statement from the incoming EU presidency, the Hungarian presidency. So in that in this context, it's extremely important, and my advice, of course, to the current leadership of the Republic of Moldova is not to stop, first of all. And, the best response to any propaganda are results. Results, indicators, change, gradual change that has to be implemented. We do see a challenging process for the government, because this government is coming from a civil society representation, and there is also a need to fully engage the professionals that are going to actually be delivering on the negotiating chapters, because the decision to launch negotiations is a political one, or geopolitical, having in mind the tragic trigger of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, but now it's the actual work of professionals that have to do the work. And yes, Brussels, and not only Brussels, Berlin, Bucharest, of course, Romania is the best friend that Moldova can hope for its European integration path, and we need to receive stronger signals from our friends in the European Union.
So a hopeful picture. Thank you very much in a difficult situation you're in. We stay for a moment in the region, and I would go to Ruxandra asking first, what do your people think about the enlargement? What do the Romanians, not the Romanian government maybe, but what do the Romanians think about enlargement?
Yes, we are lucky to have a very broad consensus over enlargement, both within political parties and at the level of society. As you said, Romania wants to be the best friend of the Republic of Moldova, and I think the entire Romanian society is in favor of enlargement, both towards Moldova and Ukraine and to the Western Balkans. One of the reasons that would explain this positive feeling is that Romania was also kept at the gates for a very long time. We entered the European Union in 2007 after important efforts, and we are still not full members of the Schengen area. We are still waiting for a decision, hopefully this year, for the land borders to be also included in our Schengen agreement. So we understand very well the frustration that exists both at the level of the Western Balkans, but also in Moldova and Ukraine, where this process of a European perspective for those countries has been given for a long time. And, well, a few things happened before the recent decisions to speed up the process. So I think that Romania is in a particularly favorable constellation from this point of view. We benefited from enlargement and from our European membership, and these benefits are visible today because we have an important economic growth rate during the last several years, and I think that you see the development, the economic development of the societies, of the Romanian society as a result of the European funds coming in. And also we have managed to stop the evolution of the extreme rights during the recent elections. So for once in its post-communist history, Romania, I think, is in a very good situation nowadays.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to go to Tiago next and then come to you as a parliamentarian, Thies. Tiago, I mean, this enlargement can't function like the last ones. So the Union needs to reform internally to be kept operational. And maybe you could give us a little bit of an idea what you think, where the reforms should be in the European Union to be able to absorb new members.
Yeah, thank you. So you might find it strange that in a panel about enlargement, and enlargement will happen to the east and to the Western Balkans, you find someone coming from the westernmost point of Europe, from Portugal. But yes, but indeed, as a matter of fact, it makes sense, because on the one hand, enlargement is in the interest of, obviously, the candidate countries, but it is in the interest of the whole European Union. And secondly, the impacts of enlargement will be felt throughout the entire Union. And so we always have to consider the two sides of the coin. The preparation that the candidate countries need to make in order to comply with the well-known Copenhagen criteria, and we're always very demanding and very rigorous on that, and rightly so. And this is a heavy workload and homework for the candidate countries. Tudor has mentioned a bit about that. But then also the homework on our part in order to prepare for enlargement. And that's something that we've been always stressing in my previous capacity, together with Anna and with Pasquale there as well. We were working a lot on the reforms, internal reforms that the EU will have to undergo in order to be able to absorb new member states. And that's where I think also we need to learn from past enlargements, which were overall a success. But European Union had to also, there was this debate about widening and deepening, and the reform pace came at a slower pace than enlargement. So we enlarged first, and then we had to, well, you all know the traumatic experience that led first this attempt to have a European constitution, then it led to the Treaty of Lisbon. So now I'm not advocating for treaty change, because that's very difficult, but we do need to reform. We need to reform our budget, because enlargement is a priority. It is an imperative for several reasons, but it will have a cost. It will not be cost-free, and we should not have the illusion that there will not be a price tag on enlargement. So we need to adapt our budget, and we need to make sure that these new priorities, enlargement on the one hand, but also defense and security, competitiveness, etc., are not made at the cost of other policies, important policies such as cohesion policy and the common agriculture policy. So there we probably will need also to make some reforms, particularly considering the impact that Ukraine's accession, for instance, will have on the agriculture market in Europe. So in terms of our big policies, we will need to also reform them, probably. And then also the institutional aspects, in order to maintain our capacity to act. We know that nowadays it is already oftentimes very difficult to decide at 27, imagine at 30 plus. So in our decision-making processes, we also need to change some things in order to make sure that as we enlarge, as we have more member states, that will not lead to more blockages or situations in which we are unable to act. And then also, as you already mentioned, on the rule of law, we need to ensure that there is, obviously the Copenhagen criteria mean that we are very demanding in terms of rule of law standards in order to get in, but then we need to ensure there is no backsliding. We've seen that in some member states in the past, so we need also, well, we should be able to reform and improve our rule of law mechanisms, our rule of law toolbox, in order to ensure that we have the ability to prevent that backsliding in terms of compliance with fundamental rights, with the rule of law standards. So these are the main areas. They are easy to identify, much more difficult to then be able to agree on what needs to be reformed, but we need to start that process. And I'm very happy that since the Granada Declaration, and then several times it has been echoed by the leaders, these two processes must run in parallel. And they should be synchronized. I mean, the enlargement negotiations, and I'm very happy that we'll have the first intergovernmental conference with Ukraine and Moldova next week. So the enlargement needs to go ahead, the negotiations, but also we need to start immediately working on the reforms and on agreeing what needs to be changed, so that ideally both the candidate countries and the EU are ready by the time of accession. So this time around, we should be able to reform before or at the same time as we enlarge, and not leave it for, after enlargement, which would make the reform process much more difficult.
Yeah, thank you for outlining kind of a roadmap of internal reforms in the European Union to be ready to have new members. Thies, you're in a new parliament, newly composed parliament. Perhaps you can tell us first how high on the agenda in the parliament will be enlargement. And then a question that goes to you first from my side, but then everybody else could also comment on this. In my perception, one of the results of the election is that we will not so much have a problem in the parliament, but we will have a problem in the council and in the commission, because there are some governments who might send some strange commissioners. Yeah, so please, you start with...
You're taking the words out of my mouth, because I wanted to get back to your question to the audience on this as well, because I think your question was good, but I think that the answer should be that the problem is not in the European Parliament. It was not in the European Parliament in the previous mandate, and it's not going to be in this mandate, because there's still 450 plus seats very much in favor of enlargement, advocating also for all the things that we have written down just before the elections in a report on AFCO and AFET together, which merges the need to reform, but also the need for enlargement, the swift enlargement, reconfirming also the ambition of the European Parliament before 2030, etc., etc. So I think the problem is more the elections in several member states that continuously keep us busy, continuously are distracting us, because there's now an election going on there, so we should be careful with this or that country. So I think the problem is more with the member states. What is the role then of the European Parliament in the next mandate? Well, I think also what we have been doing in the past years, saying that we basically lost 5, maybe 10 years. And in the past mandate, we lost these 5 years because of a dysfunctional commissioner from the wrong member state. It was the wrong cast for this function. So my ambition, because I look to the future, is that we get a strong commissioner that is actually really going to enhance this policy. I think it needs to be someone of high stature. Obviously not from the country where the current commissioner is coming from. I'm also a little bit more skeptical, but that's me because I'm a parliamentarian, so I can say that some people have to still work closely with the presidency coming in, but I'm very skeptical about this presidency. As you know, the European Parliament has tried a year ago to move the Council to take measures with regard to the Hungarian presidency. Well, we have to see what we are getting, but the picture with the first the coming 6 months does not look very good. But I don't want to put too much pressure on that, because I think that we need to look at the broader picture. That means this strong new commissioner, full commitment, and not these continuously repeated sentences after these summits with the enlargement countries. Yes, we unequivocally support blah, blah. That needs to stop. We need to see serious and full commitment. And thirdly, stop the detrimental appeasement policy, appeasement towards autocrats in particular, the Western Balkan region, which also connects, obviously, with our most prominent adversaries in this, and that is the Russian influence. Because the more space we leave, every week that we wait responding genocide denial, responding this practice of escalating to de-escalate, in particular from President Vučić, but also responding to the disinformation that is being spilled over a country like Moldova with bucket load every day. We need to stop this. We need to stop this appeasement policy towards this kind of things and take a strong stand. So, well, to set the scene also from my side.
I mean, it's a clear position. You as a parliamentarian can certainly say that.
And may I say that also because Minister Luhrmann was just in the region in Moldova and Ukraine. I had the pleasure to visit Moldova 3 times in the past mandate. And the dedication with which both countries, but let me take Moldova as an example, because Ukraine obviously has done all this progress to get to the negotiations over fighting a war for keeping its freedom, but also Moldova. The kind of approach that they took was interesting because they said, look, we are not going to overpromise and then underperform. The Prime Minister, for example, said to a delegation of the European Parliament, look, I am saying you now that we cannot meet this and this deadline, but we will do it. And I think that the same commitment has to come from the European Union. I want to see that spirit of just after the fall of the Berlin Wall here in Berlin. I want to see that spirit, not the spirit of promising and then underperforming, no, the spirit of we are going to do this. That was the spirit of the 90s. We are going to do this no matter the cost. No matter the cost. And I want to see that spirit again.
Anna.
Yeah,
I mean, this is, I think, perhaps you can react to it, but
yes,
perhaps you also dare to say something about the future relationship between Parliament, Council, and Commission.
Yeah, but let me maybe first respond first, because I think what you're saying is absolutely right. We need to move in the enlargement policy from this sort of a bit benevolent, or you may join when you're ready, to it's in our strategic interest that you join. We'll do everything we can to support you so that you meet the criteria. So I'm fully on board with this. There needs to be a different mindset, and to be honest, I'm seeing this mindset at least in most national governments and in parts of the Commission. So this is really something that we have to do. But on the other hand, you also contradicted yourself. Because if you say, sort of, if you put all the blame at the European institutions and saying we've been too slow, we've been not fast enough, at the same time you said, but we have to be clearer vis-à-vis Serbia, that's a little contradiction here. Because I fully agree with both things that you said, actually, and saying also that we need to take a clearer stance vis-à-vis Serbia. We've been doing this, actually, as German government, and also clearly pointing out that it's unacceptable that there are elections taking place in a country that wants to join the EU and that are so heavily criticized by international observers. That's very clear. But that also shows that it's not only the EU's fault that the Western Balkan hasn't made more progress yet, or individual countries at least, because if you look particularly to Serbia, then we see a government in place that doesn't put all its eggs into the baskets of joining the EU. And I think as EU, we also need to be mindful in not turning a blind eye on this, as you said. So therefore, it is both. It is the stage where we are at with the Western Balkans in particular. Yes, EU has made mistakes, has been too slow, particularly when we look to North Macedonia, for instance. But if we look to Serbia, then I think we can clearly also have to say the responsibility is there. Because if there would be political will in Serbia, they could join very, very fast. The level of administrative capacity is there. But we see a government that constantly take steps away from the EU.
But there's no contradiction, I think, there, because I'm not really loved in Serbia either, because I'm a great friend of the Serbian people and of Serbian accession under the right conditions. But this government is clearly doing the opposite. They're telling one story in Brussels, and then back in Belgrade they tell a different story. But I fully agree with Anna Luhrmann that we need to balance this position out and be more distinctive in how we respond. It's not just the Western Balkans. No, there are different countries there. And I took also Moldova as an example when I was speaking to Bosnian interlocutors. Because let's take Bosnia, for example. I mean, I also want Bosnia to proceed on the path. But I said to them sometimes, I said, well, be careful, Moldova might join before you.
Yeah, but that leads me to a question on top of the debate we have, and Tudor is next then. Aren't you afraid that there will be a competition between Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, and the Western Balkans? Because the Western Balkan countries are fundamentally frustrated. I mean, we all know that. Yeah. So the pressure now comes through the war. Yeah. The whole issue comes up because we need a new policy on Russia, which we don't have. Yeah. Yet. Yeah? So maybe you can take this aspect into consideration.
Yep, thank you for giving this easy question. So, and thank you, Thies, for actually provoking us to the discussion. I really appreciate that. So, number one, definitely, I actually disagree with all the respect that European Parliament cannot do more than they can today, comparing to the Commission. They should, and I think that they should play a very important role.
They will.
Not only politically, but actually with actionable items, number one. Number two, with regards to the regional competition, let's be frank, when there was no regional competition, first of all. Even though I do believe, and I'm a strong believer of a stronger regionalism and regional approach, but at the same time, there are some principles and the criteria, of course, that we have to actually follow and provide results. Number three, we had the first round of European elections, and there is a second round, which will take place in Washington, D.C. on November 5. Yeah. We'll have to see the results of those elections. And then there is a third round for Moldova's case. We have the presidential elections on October 20, and we have the parliamentary elections next year in June or July. And this is where the question actually comes, and may I ask you to see the things from the perspective of the people in the Republic of Moldova, in my particular case. When they hear about European integration, the overall majority of the society, they are in favor of that. At the same time, when there is too much rhetoric that, well, we are integrating, and there is a contradiction with the pace of the reforms. So the feeling of the society is delayed of the narrative.
That's it. Yeah.
And this is where the discrepancy comes. And this is when do we see the discrepancy? When elections happen. And of course, elections are always an opportunity for some friends from outside to intervene and help hijack the European integration course. And that's where the friends from the real friends are trying to balance it. So it's not boring in the Republic of Moldova from that perspective. But also, I think it's extremely important to focus, to think globally and act locally. This is a principle. But in my country particularly, this is especially important because it becomes more and more difficult to sell, in the good sense, to sell the idea of European integration advantages to the society. Of course, post-COVID financial crisis, this has affected. So we need to strengthen from the grassroots level so the people, they are voting not with their empty pockets or with no food on the table. I mean, I'm simplifying it, but they're voting on the principles. And the principles are there. We just need to make sure that governments or those who are in the ruling positions, they actually also focus on the change on the ground.
On the ground, yeah.
Because sometimes there is a discrepancy, there is a very rosy or pink image outside, which is of course beneficial for the country in terms of harnessing the support from the European Union bilaterally or as a union. But also there is a contrast with the macroeconomic indicators in the country, with addition to the democracy, rule of law, and media freedom. And there is one final aspect that I want to mention. In the context of the hybrid war and the illegal invasion of Russian Federation in Ukraine, yes, we do see the elements of propaganda and more interference in domestic affairs in the Republic of Moldova, and definitely strengthening the security in the larger sense, the progressive security dimension in Moldova. It's important, but also it has to come on a very, very thin line or a narrow line with the basic human rights and the media freedom and the because you have to, and it's a very challenging decision for any government to make, right, in the context of a war that happens just across the border. How far you go on the domestic freedom so people do not feel violated from their rights, but also they feel protected from the security point of view.
A bigger question even in Ukraine. But I would want to remind us of time, so I would like to take Oksandra and Tiago one more time, and then we open to you for questions. Would you come in with a comment on the latest debate we have here, Oksandra?
Yes, yes. My first intervention was actually very optimistic.
Yeah.
And now I will provide a rather more pessimist take on the future of this debate. Enlargement versus deepening, because yes, enlargement needs to be accompanied by a reform of the functioning of the European Union, but I'm afraid that the political context which we all evoked here in the member states, that is in the Council, in the Commission, and maybe less in the European Parliament, is not very favorable of a reform that is needed, that is precisely extending qualified majority voting. I don't believe that the Conservatives would agree to that because they express sovereignist, they are the expression of sovereignist tendencies inside the member states. So I think we all agree on the need to reform, but there will be much less consensus on the precise reforms that will be done. The reduction of the number of commissioners will also be a very strong point and widely debated. And then there's this danger that if we have a minor reform, the EU will become or will remain, I don't know how to say, only a common market, which is not what our progressive perspective wishes for. But on the other side, too much reform and too high ambitions for this reform might lead to an implosion and to more far-right sovereignism in a way. So this is, I think, a very difficult and delicate issue that the political forces will need to address. And then, hoping that the enlargement will take place in the horizon of 2030, as it has been said, I think that we should be prepared to address a kind of cultural gap. Maybe it's a lot to say, but as you mentioned in your introduction, the 2004-2007 enlargement has shown some different perspectives of the so-called new Europe. And I'm referring here to the fact that new member states have been gladly supported American positions in international affairs, which were different from the Western European positions and so on.
Rumsfeld, you and all Europe.
Yes, yes. And also the danger of a democratic backlash in the former communist countries, which we have seen in Poland, Hungary, Slovakia maybe a little bit, and well, I'm not sure if Romania will not follow suit in the future if these tendencies continue.
Yeah, thank you. Slightly more skeptical, I would say. Tiago, I mean, the roadmap is one thing. What's your take on the realization side, and where are the difficulties?
Yeah, so as all of you, I think, have been mentioning, national political realities might make it more difficult. I mean, enlargement is a European policy, it's a European imperative. We tend to discuss it on a European level, but then obviously there are national realities, and the Serbian one has been, both in the candidate countries and in the European Union. So the Serbian reality has been mentioned. The elections in Moldova will be key, will be decisive. In North Macedonia, we decided that they would need to undergo a second amendment to the constitution, which in the current political landscape will be very, very difficult to happen. So yeah, there are challenges. And then within the European Union, obviously, we see some elections ahead that might bring some political forces into power that might be skeptical of enlargement, and also skeptical of the reform process that we need to undergo. So there are quite a few number of, so now going from the more optimistic side to the more, to the challenges ahead. Yes, this will not be easy. And then there is also the challenge of public opinion. Both in the candidate countries, for instance, Serbia, in most candidate countries, people are very much supportive of European integration, but that is not so much the case anymore in Serbia, in which the public support for European integration has been dropping considerably. And then also within the European Union, we need to make sure that the public opinion is for enlargement and is for reform. So far, I guess they're not aware of so much of this reform debate, but at some point we cannot have, these are major reforms to how the European Union works, and to aspects that will have a major impact in every member state, on every European citizen, so we cannot have this discussion on the back of the citizens. So at some point we need to involve the citizens. But then there is the issue of, if we start talking about the impacts in the budget, changing from unanimity to QMV, etc., this might scare people away from the process. And so it could lead to a backlash. So we need to have a debate on how to address these issues, how to bring these issues to a public debate broader than this one, because there's also a key challenge there. So yeah, the path will not be easy, but this is clearly the path that we need to go. And there's, as progressives, there is, it's our task to help this process go forward. I don't have all the answers, far from that, but we need to be involved in this, and also because this is a priority in the midst of many other European priorities, and we also have to make sure that this does not fall into a second category as we address obviously very important challenges as regarding to the security landscape and the need to reinforce our defense policy, etc. We need to keep pushing for enlargement and for also the other side of it, which is the reform process.
Yeah, thank you. So from the panel, optimistic skepticism. Now let's open to you. Are there questions or statements? We are one of the large panels in the event, so it might have taken a little more time. And I ask you to be short and precise if you have questions or remarks. Please. Yeah, Anne Linde, and then we go there and there. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Anne Linde from FEPS, former foreign minister. I have a question towards Tiago and a little bit to Anna said, because maybe Cheese also, that we need to do this now, we need to tell everybody it's important for geopolitical situation. But the fact is that if you go to nearly any of our countries, you have a divide. Those who are working in the foreign affairs, security policy, defense, 100% for it. Those who work in finance ministry, economy, and justice, they are not so much for it. And so you have to breach the divide both inside the countries and then with those who are on the not progressive side, who are against it for migration issues and so on. And I think we have been too rosy. I mean, when we were discussing visa liberalization with Georgia, I was State Secretary of Justice, and I was skeptical. Because what we said is that we will have a lot of people coming to our country, they will ask for asylum, and during that time, there will be heightened criminality. And then, when I moved to Foreign Affairs Minister, I totally changed my mind. And what happened was that when there was visa liberalization, there was a high level risen in criminality. It was going around taking boats, well, it doesn't matter what it was. And what we did then was to start to cooperate with the Georgian government, who really took this issue seriously. And we cooperated with the police, and so on and so forth. And now it's fixed. I mean, it's not a problem anymore. But the people felt that we were telling them lies. We say it's not going to be a problem, and there were a problem. But if we say that there is going to be a problem, that could also be seen as prejudice against another country and another people. So it's so difficult. So we politicians, we stay silent. And I think that this is one of the problems in the discussion of the enlargement, that how in a positive way can we admit, yes, there are going to be problems, it's going to cost money, there is going to be a problem, without being either too rosy or prejudiced. How are we going to have that dialogue? It's not easy.
That was more an experience than properly a question, but you can comment on it, obviously. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
let's take the two other ones and then we do it in one round. The lady, there.
Hey, my name is Gwen Sam. I'm from Transparency International, but right now I want to, first of all, thank you for an interesting discussion, and some of these topics have already been touched upon. My question is more to stay with Georgia again, from Georgia's case specifically, and maybe to some extent Serbia, what you mentioned also qualifies. I see this as a dilemma and a challenge with the current events in Georgia and the situation with government backlash towards everything that they've been at least formally working on for the past 10 years. Meanwhile, there's still wide support in the population, and particularly in the population, younger population towards EU. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are regarding ensuring that the population stays motivated to the extent that they still vote whenever this is a question that what do you support, do you support EU integration or not, that they stay motivated and the frustration is not used by more populist parts of the political parties that, okay, you see, they don't want us either, and this is why we need to look for alternative, but at the same time have really some type of response to what government has been doing, so that it's also helpful to the local civil society and to
the pro-European.
Yeah, pro-European movements. And I'm saying this also as part of this movement as well, because I also understand that impeaching also and just continuing business as usual is not a solution, because then they're population also sees that, oh, they were not serious with the statements, and so nobody will come to our support.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there was a lady here. I think that's the last comment for now then.
Thank you so much. Also, thank you very much to the panelists. It was a very insightful and thought-provoking discussion. You were mentioning we have to go for EU enlargement no matter the cost, and I absolutely agree with you. I want to make that clear. But at the same time, I think we have to be very mindful and particularly strategic about the costs as well. And that brings me a little bit to the elephant in the room, because I don't think that EU enlargement is in the interest of Russia. And Russian information warfare is not, it also has this pollution of the information environment, but most of the time it is really amplifying already existing social tensions within societies. And so my question comes to, how are we overcoming these challenges, particularly regarding the Russian minorities and the countries that are certainly going to be instrumentalized by Putin's regime? And how to tackle those challenges. And then I would also like to ask, given the fact that Ukraine and Moldova, and maybe also Georgia, or not maybe, Georgia is much more experienced in information warfare against Russia, what can EU countries looking to the recent elections learn from you? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think let's start with Ann Linde's question, which was directly going to you, Anna, and to Thiago.
Yeah.
So you start.
Yeah, I think, Anna, as always, you've pointed out exactly the challenging question that we need to address. I think as politicians in general, and I think that doesn't, and as progressive politicians, and I think that doesn't apply only to enlargement policies, we need to find a better balance between sort of talking about our vision, our goals, and at the same time being realistic about it. Because if we just sort of paint a too rosy picture, then people just think, okay, well, I'm not going to believe that anyway. So I always, like, one of the most inspiring quotes comes actually from our Vice Chancellor, Robert Habeck. He said once, wir erzählen den Leuten keinen Scheiß. Yeah? All the German speakers are laughing, so it basically means we don't bullshit people. Yeah? And I think that should be our mindset when we talk about political communication, because what is the far right doing currently? What is the populists? What are they doing? They are basically saying, well, there are easy solutions to everything. Yeah, the war in Ukraine can end just if Ukraine stops fighting. Where there will be no migration because we'll just close our borders. And as progressives, we know the reality is not as simple. And I think we shouldn't, sort of, our response to far-right populism shouldn't be to try to paint a rosy picture and say, oh, we have the solution and then everything will be fine, no struggles. But we should talk to our voters, to our citizens as adults, and really engage in a serious conversation about how challenging this world has been. Because as you said, Russia does not have an interest in us succeeding. The warfare that Russia is doing hybridly against the EU and countries like Moldova, and really actively against Ukraine at the moment, that aims at the very way of how we are living, because that's what's the threat to Russia. That Russian population sees that around them, and that in countries like Georgia, like Ukraine, like Moldova, democracy, market economy works. For the better of the people. That's the challenge, yeah? And therefore they're doing everything they can to undermine enlargement policy, to undermine also cohesion in our societies, to instrumentalize Russian minorities, to challenge us. And therefore I think we need to be aware of this, the threat that we're under, and really be much more focused on how to communicate better. I think as progressive politicians in general, we're spending not enough time in thinking about how we communicate our actions. Rather, we think and we fight about the details of how we do it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think we need to think more about how we do it. And when it comes to enlargement policies, I mean, it's clear also the costs of, for instance, supporting Ukraine. I think actually, to be honest, they will be very much similar, no matter if Ukraine is on the path toward the EU, or if we just sort of continue with our policies to supporting Ukraine anyhow. I mean, we just had the Ukraine Recovery Conference here in Berlin, and it's very much, it's along the same lines. We need stable government institutions, stable rule of law in Ukraine anyway. And we might as well do it to support them on the way to Ukraine. This will be challenging, but I'm very much convinced, and we need to tell that more, that the way into the EU will actually make the costs for our citizens actually lower, because it's more stable. And just to bring one more, sorry, I've been talking quite a lot now, but just to bring one more example. You know, the Polish discussion with Ukraine about the exports of agricultural goods. Yeah? I've been talking a lot now with my Polish colleague about it, and now I think I finally understood their issue. Because currently, sort of what we're doing is that Ukraine can export at least some agricultural goods without fulfilling EU standards. The way, once we bring Ukraine closer to the EU, the idea is that also they fulfill the same standards as Polish farmers, as European farmers are fulfilling. Thus, it makes it more just also for our farmers when we don't just say, okay, they can export their goods, but they also at the same time have to fulfill the same standards that we do, and the same rule of law measures are applied. So I think that's the key. And just one sentence to Georgia, because I've been talking too much. I think we can perfectly message to say Georgia's place is in the European Union. If you continue reform path, the accession negotiations will continue, but now this government has chosen to go the opposite route. Thus, accession talks, of course, are not progressing at the moment, but as soon as the government of Georgia is back on reform track, we will continue with this work.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I do agree that we need to be very clear and very honest about the challenges and the impact of enlargement. And in the past, in my previous capacity representing Portugal in the General Affairs Council, I was always very blunt about the challenges and therefore the need to reform. And initially, this was perceived as Portugal being skeptical about the enlargement or wanting to put some roadblocks in the process or slowing down the process. And I kept explaining, I guess at some point people understood that, no, this is not about creating problems to the enlargement. This is exactly because we want enlargement. We need to prepare for it, otherwise it will be a mess. So, and in order to prepare for it, we need to address the difficult issues. We need to talk about the challenges, and there are significant challenges ahead, but avoiding those, because during some time, there was not a lot of appetite to discuss the difficult issues. But just, mentioning the how we want enlargement and then not going into the nitty-gritty of the difficult reforms that we need to undertake in order to make it possible, this is not a good way to go. So yeah, we need to be honest about the difficulties, and we need to start addressing them. And we need to be honest towards public opinion, as I was mentioning earlier. But you're also right. Within governments, there are also different visions. And obviously, there are line ministries which are much more concerned with the impact on, the amount of funds coming from the European Union or the impact in agriculture policy, etc. So with the national impacts. But again, there's a task for us. We need to, within the governments, convince other ministers and in the society convince people also by talking about two things. First, the success story of former enlargements, in which all of these issues were there as well, the challenges were there as well, and we've managed to weather those impacts. And overall, it was a success for the whole of Europe. And also the cost of non-enlargement. Because not moving to enlargement will also have a cost, and it will increase the frustration, the feeling of frustration, and this obviously will increase the space for Russia to intervene and to with their propaganda and information machine. And this will destabilize the region. So there are overwhelming reasons for which we do actually indeed need and will gain from enlargement. This might not be so easily seen by whoever is just concerned with the bread and butter issues, but we need to explain why this matters also for each member state.
We've been given a sign. We have 5 minutes left.
That's
now.
why
it's okay.
Shut up.
I say it again. I mean, we are one of the large panels. It's easier to do this with 3 on the panel, but we wanted to have you. So we now go to Tudor and then obviously to Thies and to you, Roxana, again. I mean, you pick from what you want to comment on, yeah, so that we can give a satisfactory answer.
Thank you. Well, we don't pick when we integrate into the European Union, but I will pick today. So very quickly on the question, I think it was a very interesting question with regards to how to engage the youngsters particularly, but also with regards to how to address the too much populism. Right? So when we see from inside the countries, accession countries, and in this case Moldova or the region as well, we see when the governments, the pro-European governments, they come to power, they go too far on they have to, of course, campaigning, but they go too far on the populist side, creating too much expectation domestically, and then when it comes to the actual reality, it goes down, and then what we see kind of a pendulum, right? Pro-Western government, or anti-Western government, right? And it's not healthy for society, first of all. Why? Because this continuously is dividing society. When you see the social polls, it's mostly 45, 55, so it's very tight, right? So it's a reality we have to address. I have seen this a lot, and that's why I think it's important to manage expectations on one side, but also, of course, to deliver, because delivery is the best response to anything. But too much populism is not good in my opinion, for European integration process, because this actually leads to the second question that you have asked about the Russian way of interfering and how they work with the ethnic groups, with the Russian-speaking communities. And more recently, I have started actually to go to Russian news channels in Moldova, and there are plenty of those, trust me. And not necessarily all those Russian speakers, right? They are anti-Europe. They're more actually in the context of Ukraine and the Russian invasion in Ukraine. They are anti-Putin and Kremlin policy, but nobody is talking to them. Right? So because the Russians are not working, or any propaganda war machine is not working with those who are 100% pro-European. You know, we are here clearly positioned. It's those, the pool of voters who are in between, and those are the target of the propaganda and disinformation. And this is where the government has to work economically, market economy, but also working on the ethnic, on their rights in the society and so forth. And once you start talking to them, they feel engaged and they feel a part of a process. And this is where you can go from populism to actual political engagement and therefore help us all enlarge European Union.
Yeah, not a very theoretical, but very practical contribution. Thank you very much. Ruxandra, and then our parliamentarian gets the last word.
Yes, concerning enlargement and whether or not countries are prepared to join the EU, I think, well, in the 2004-2007 enlargement, they were not ready either. So I believe that sometimes form precedes content, and that this is precisely the way the European Union has been constructed, because we never actually, since 1951, we never actually knew exactly where we were going. It was built by doing, in a way. So I think we probably...
It's like a bike. If you stop, it falls down.
Yes. We probably should do this together with the future members, having a discussion about how and where we want to lead this political project. And then I agree with everybody who stated here that we need to be very honest among ourselves. The EU needs to be honest with the candidate countries about their prospects. The candidate countries need to be honest with the EU about their real problems, because I'm sure that there is quite little knowledge about some deep tendencies in these countries which are not very well known in Brussels. And of course, politicians need to be honest with the citizens and tell them which are the real implications of enlargement.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, building on Ruxandra, because if we would not have a European Union today, we would immediately build it, but we will build it much different than it is now, because we have learned from the past, hopefully. But I want to come back to Annelien's remark, because I think she's fully right. We need to come up with a better narrative, not trying to counter the other one's narrative, which is inevitably diluted, so to speak, because then we risk to fall into the trap. We risk to build on their false arguments or mixed arguments, populist arguments. We need to come with the better narrative. And I want to also draw from history, and also which was mentioned by Thiago, the previous accession rounds were not easy. Maybe we are living now in a new reality and think, yeah, Poland, huge success. It is. Poland is going to be a net contributor in a couple of years. And the Baltic countries, not to forget. But that was not easy. That was not easy. So we need to take our citizens along and say, no, it was never easy. It will never be easy. It will also not be easy for the new accession countries, because yes, to take away every misunderstanding, they will need to fulfill the criteria, also the criteria that are important to our citizens, rule of law, democracy, not because we want it, no, because it's in their own interest. So that's why we need to build that story together. And on Georgia, because I've been very actively speaking out on Georgia, yes, Georgia has a couple of advantages over Serbia, because it has a very strong civil society, which is now also taking the lead in the protests. It has a little bit more open media climate, which fosters, of course, also a discussion. But yes, hope, and it will be on the agenda of the Foreign Affairs Council next week, I hope that the European Union will give that strong message that Anna also spoke about. I said that we had to preempt on sanctions towards Ivanishvili and his allies before adopting the Russian law to give a warning. But okay, that didn't happen. But I think that we need to come out strong in the line that Anna said. And last point, Chair, I think that one of the things, and I will end realistically, to surprise of you maybe, but I think it is realistic that 1 or 2 countries will join in this next mandate of the European Parliament. And I think it would be an important signal to everyone who is saying from the outside and from the inside, they don't want you. It would be an important signal to have 1 or 2 countries joining very soon. And I also want to take away this false contradiction between reforms and enlargement, because we need reforms anyway. Even without enlargement, we do need reforms, and the current treaties provide for certain reforms that can help us to at least take in these 1 or 2 countries as a signal that we are going to finish this project of peace. Because that what we started 75 years ago will need to be finished. This signal of rising populism is not the signal to hide under the table. No, it is a signal to do a step forward, and I think as progressives, we need to take the lead on that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very good closing remarks.
Thank you for closing on a positive note.
Yeah.
So, but what we can take away from here, I think, is that communication is a key factor, and that we should be bold and clear and honest with our own people in the countries and at home. I thank you all for your patience and for your participation. I thank the panelists for their inputs, and now I think it's lunchtime. Thank you.
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
There will be lunch, don't worry. No, thank you very much to the panel, also at my end. And I would like to share with you that we've arrived to the last point on our agenda. And this will be the closing session, election time again. It will be taking place here, theoretically without a break, but we still have to wait for participants joining other groups to arrive here at the main stage. So let's wait for them, and we will be starting shortly with the closing session of the PGS 2024. And then lunch. Not to be, no worries.
Dear friends and fellow progressives, welcome to Berlin.
So, welcome to the final session of the Progressive Governance Summit 2024. And this session will be, I guess, a courageous attempt of summarizing what we've been talking about for the last 2 days. And I'm very happy that this task will be delivered by wonderful speakers of the session that will be chaired by Michael Miebach, a member of the board of das Progressive Zentrum, one of the founders of das Progressive Zentrum. And the session has a very exciting topic, election time again. Michael, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Yeah. I'm very honored to chair this last session. I'm glad so many of you stayed. We have 30 to 40 minutes now to talk some politics. And I'm not going to do that alone, but with some tremendous speakers. Please welcome Benedetta De Marte. She's the Secretary General of the European Green Party. Please sit here. And she's also a local politician in Brussels, so she has both perspectives. Then please welcome Karis Roberts from the UK. She's the executive director of IPPR. She's an economist with research interests in wealth inequality and labor market. And last but not least, the wonderful Michael Wirtz from the US. He's a German citizen, but he has been living in America for many years. And he's a senior advisor to the Munich Security Conference and a senior fellow at CAP, Center for American Progress. Now, what are we trying to do? We are going to talk about two things. The first topic will be campaign. The second topic will be projects for renewal for the center-left. This might not be the perfect summary of our conference, but it might give you all some ideas to bring home. That's at least what I hope. I was asked, because we have a super election year in Germany as well as in the UK, as well as in the US, and we just had on European level. So I was asked at first to talk a little bit myself about the situation in Germany, and my personal impression was that we discussed a lot, but that the situation that is really dire in Germany after June 9th didn't get enough attention, maybe for some of, especially the international guests. So what I would like to tell you is that the European and local elections in 8 states for the traffic light government were really a big defeat. I would like to talk about the local elections first, because they are under the radar, but also very important. And I would like to focus on the local elections in Eastern Germany, in all 5 East German states. And you know, that is the former GDR, which is less wealthy than in average. They had local elections there. And the AfD managed not to get the head seats of local municipalities and towns, but they won. In most areas, they are now the strongest force in local councils. Even in those regions where the government poured billions of euros into, where there's structural reforms taking place, even those regions, they are very successful. Second, the share of smaller parties developed very strongly. So there's a big sense of fragmentation. For example, in the state of Thuringia, out of 4,000 local candidates, already 25% are from smaller parties that most of us don't really know, or independent candidates. Now to the European elections. Just to sum it up right quick, the Greens lost big time. The SPD got its worst results in the history, And the third partner in government, the FDP, was slightly above the national threshold of 5%, while the AfD came in second, despite massive scandals and manifestations in all of the country against right-wing extremism. And in Eastern Germany, they came in first. So just to give you a small overview of where we stand. Then we had exit pollings, also very interesting, I think, interesting for all of us. The amount of people that have many worries increased. Of course, cost of living, crime, stuff like that. But what I also found very striking, that even among social democratic voters, and realize this, almost 50% of SPD partisans say that you cannot say independently, freely, what you really mean in Germany. And that really, I think, is a warning signal that some of the rhetorics of the right fill in to the middle ground. So to sum up, don't want to talk too long, my analysis would be demonizing the right-wing populist did not work. Government communication is very, very difficult against right-wing populists. They had very good posters on the walls. One of them, just to give you a little anecdote, was, "Your neighbor votes for us too." Mobilization was a big problem. That also has to do with the European election itself. I talked about fragmentation. Fragmentation is the new reality. We have to deal with it. And last but not least, there were many non-voters that can be won back. So that's a sign of hope there. So to start with this negative outlook, but you know, it's not all European championship out there. There's also this grim reality that we have to face. I would like to bring in you, talking about strategies, possible issues, and positive examples of what worked. Benedetta, I said you were from Brussels. You just told me before that you are now negotiating who gets which post and who elects whom. The Green Party family has lost 20 seats altogether. She's now at 51, but the rest of the party groups in the EP, that's at least my understanding, correct me, was pretty stable. So isn't that a contradiction to the negative result for the Greens? So what happened there? Why is everybody else stable and the Greens lost so badly? What's your analysis?
First of all, hi everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation that was really, really something we were looking forward after the European elections to reunite with progressives and also talk about what happened and what is going on and what will happen in the future. Now to the election results, I will disagree a little bit with your analysis because first of all, we are hopefully set to lose a little bit less seats than what you said because we are still constituting our group and it looks like there is quite a lot of interest from some independents also to join the Greens. So hopefully we will, which is a tradition that the Greens have, to have quite many independents, including Volt. We are looking forward to their vote, but it seems that they are more likely to stay with us than to go with the Liberals. And also, I would say the biggest losers, numbers-wise, were definitely the Liberals in these elections in the European Parliament. So, of course, if we look at the result of the Greens, this was a disappointing result. Nobody among us was expecting to have an equal result than in 2019, which was an exceptional year where the Green Project was very strongly carried by a strong civil society movement and a climate wave, green wave. So we knew we were not set for such a result. However, what is very interesting in these elections is that, yes, the Greens had setbacks in quite some countries, including the two biggest delegations that we have that wait for a huge part of our MEPs, so the German and the French. Of course, we had setbacks also in quite a lot of countries where we have been in government, like Ireland, like Belgium, like to a certain extent Austria. But we also have seen rebounds in countries where we had been in government and we kind of got out of government recently, so in the last year or a few months. So both in Luxembourg, in Finland, and in Sweden, we had encouraging results. In Sweden, a very, very good result, and in Luxembourg and in, what was I saying? In Luxembourg and in Finland, also rebounding compared to the national results recently. And the best story for us from a perspective also of the European Green Party, we come out of these elections with a much more diverse group, because we were actually able to elect for the first time in a lot of countries, especially in Central Eastern Europe, where we didn't have parties at all in 19, and where we now have our own new parties, like Latvia, Lithuania, Croatia, Slovenia, and also Romania. And we had some surprising results also in the south. I'm from Italy. We re-elected MEPs in Italy after 15 years, which was a very also surprising story of these elections, thanks to a coalition with the left. So it was not a black and white result as it might look from the numbers. And it also tells a story, especially when we look at another part of Europe, Nordic Europe, where the far right has been in government in the last years. We see a strong rejection of their political project, and this is something that allows me to maybe strengthen one point, which, yeah, you were saying demonizing the far right has not worked in these elections. I tend to agree with the fact that putting the far right at the center of the campaign didn't work, and not focusing enough on what the far right does when they govern. Because if, and this was something that we were trying from the EGP, of course it's difficult, to really show the examples of failed policies of the far right when they govern, that they are completely incapable of carrying a vision for the countries they want to govern, and especially from the social point of view. Like they promise a lot, but they are absolutely not delivering, and they are, in most cases, as neoliberalist as you can be in economic policies. So I think this didn't work. It was what doesn't work with people anymore is just to call everyone fascist, because this is not, unfortunately, speaking to their hearts anymore, and it's a very worrying sign of our democracy that it does not, but we have to take into account that it doesn't, and not speaking, maybe in some cases, as progressives enough about our own project. We as EGP, we put forward this narrative of courage, which resonated a lot, we felt, and we have seen that where our parties have put much more in the center their own policy, and especially the conjugation of green and social policy at the same time. This worked much better than in those countries where they were on a much more defensive position, also because, of course, in many cases, they were coming out of government, and we know how hard it is sometimes to also kind of retain that self-confidence when you are attacked from all sides.
That's very interesting, and I think it fits well with a lot of stories that we heard throughout the conference. That seems to be something we can agree upon, and I would bring in Carrie's here. How do you deal with the Reform UK as Labour, and what can you tell us about the unstoppable Labour Party? What are they doing right? What is Keir Starmer doing right and wrong? Where must Labour maybe improve? What's your impression? What can you tell us from the campaign trail?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me here, and it's a real honour to be able to be the kind of bringer of good news from the UK, as we've heard from other speakers over the conference.
For once.
So I think it's worth kind of just setting out a little bit about what's happening in the UK. Labour do look to be on course for a landslide victory on July the 4th. And the flip side of that is that the Conservatives are on for a historic defeat. They're set to get fewer seats than they have ever got in their entire history, despite being the oldest party in Europe, I believe. A couple of things are happening there. So one is that the right is split. So we have the rise of Reform, particularly Nigel Farage, who I think their fortunes very much pinned him as an individual. But there's also this sense that everything is broken in the UK. And when you speak to people, they can't get a doctor's appointment. The trains don't work. They can't get to work. If you live in the north of England, for example, it's not reliable as a form of public transport. And so there's a sense of wanting to get the Tories out. On the Labour side, I think what they have managed is an incredibly efficient campaign, and not just in this particular moment, but over the past year or two. We have a first-past-the-post system in our democracy, and that means that your vote share doesn't necessarily correspond to the seats. So I think one of the really interesting things that will happen at this election is that Labour might win a landslide. It will get pretty much the same proportion of votes as it did in 2017 when it lost. So this isn't necessarily a story of kind of a national outpouring of enthusiasm for Labour. A lot of those votes are lent, and it's partly about that incredibly efficient campaign that they've run to think about which seats they need to win, who they can persuade in those seats, and which messages and policies are going to land with them. And so you see lots of themes that we've discussed over the past couple of days, such as restoring trust, restoring respect. And I think the other thing that they've done quite effectively is try and get some of those, some of their kind of bigger, bolder ideas out early, so that they're less kind of controversial when they come up in the campaign. The other thing
can I ask one question? Because I've been looking into the Labour manifesto, and to be honest, I found it a little bit boring. Not very bold.
Back on.
Cutting spending, less waiting times for NHS, okay. 6,500 additional teachers. I think in Germany we lack 40,000. To me, it sounded a little bit modest. Is that a strategy or is it a mistake?
It's definitely the strategy. Mm-hmm. You can potentially disagree with whether it's a correct strategy. What I would say is that there are quite a few furrows in that manifesto that actually are bolder than they're potentially kind of presenting them as. So, for example, you have rail nationalisation, and you have the creation of Great British Energy, which would be a publicly owned energy producer. So there are quite ambitious proposals in there. Where you are exactly right is that they've been very quiet on tax and spend, because that is a perceived area of weakness, particularly with those voters that they're trying to win over. Now, that might be the best political strategy, but I do think when it comes to governing and actually delivering the sorts of changes that people are demanding, they probably will have to revisit that.
Right, and we're going to talk about that in round 2, but I would like to ask Michael. Michael, I mean, everybody's looking now into the US. Let's just do it. Let's start with Donald Trump. From the outside, I mean, he is a convicted felon now, if I understand it right. So it should be easy to convince the average Joe that he is unreliable. How are Democrats trying to do this? And how do they deal with Donald Trump? And does it work the way they do it, in your perspective?
Yeah, nothing is ever easy in the United States. You know that. That's the predicament of our society and of a two-party system. The 34 felon convictions of Donald Trump have an impact. They have made about 1/5 of the independent vote, which is important since the election is going to be so close. Think about the fact twice, whether they are willing to vote for a convicted felon. I think what is interesting and important is that we are in a very unique situation in the United States because we are in a phase of radical introversion. We're looking at our own country, not at the world anymore. The last 3 presidents, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden, were elected on the promise to extract us from Iraq and Afghanistan, 20-year war that has cost us on average $200 million a day. And we also live in a time where 40 to 50 million prosperous middle-class Americans will vote for Donald Trump for the 3rd time. This is not only about material needs, it is also about immaterial needs that makes these people move into that direction. The Biden administration is trying to address these issues with 3 strategies. A is the massive investments that we've made over a very successful legislative period. The three major legislations that have invested in infrastructure, COVID relief, and education have roughly the volume of 9 times the German federal budget. This is serious money, and we hope that the investments will pay off over the summer. We have virtual full employment, substantial economic growth rates, so the overall situation is okay. People are nevertheless in a bad mood, as they are here in Germany, so they're complaining at a very high level, but that's not for us to criticize. Second point that will hopefully win Joe Biden the election is women's rights and abortion. The substantial limitation of abortion rights in the United States has been the first case in recent history of limiting civil rights for a certain group. That doesn't play well even in the more conservative constituency, and the hope of the Democratic campaign is that 5 to 10% of the voters that supported Nikki Haley in the Republican primary, there were anywhere between 20 and 30% of the registered Republicans, that they might be amenable to either not vote for Donald Trump or close their eyes, get skin rash, and vote for Joe Biden. And the third part is addressing the immaterial dimension. The campaign, surprisingly, is strongly investing in questions about the rule of law, normativity of what America stands for, and democracy. And I think that is very important. That was a strategy that was really contested in the White House, because there were still a lot of the old Clintonites that said it's the economy, stupid. But it's not only the economy anymore. It is about that immaterial need of people that are looking for orientation in a disorderly world. And that's why the campaign will establish democracy, American tradition, the fact that we had 233 years of democratic power transfer and elections as the third pillar of the campaign between economic prosperity and women's rights.
One question, and please answer briefly. We all read that the Biden administration is strengthening the border rules. How does this, those elements and the topic of migration fit into this strategy?
The Biden administration is doing two things at the same time. They are opening pathways to legal immigration or to legalization of people that have been in the country in an undocumented state. And they are also, at least rhetorically, toughening border control. They are trying to do this kind of at the same time. It's a little bit of a stretch, but it is necessary because migration in the United States is a decisive factor in the election. It's a political minefield, as it is in virtually any Western society. Interestingly, migration as the top priority for people to making their electoral decision becomes more and more important the closer you get to the Canadian border. So it is, again, a phenomenon of immaterial needs, if you will, of people voting on migration issues in East Germany, where there's very little migration, or people being mobilized with anti-Semitism in Poland, where there's very few Jews. So I feel that the administration is trying to take a pragmatic approach. Our southern border is broken, especially the processing system of incoming people. At the same time, part of our economic strength is the fact that we have over 1 million immigrants a year. We probably need 2 or more, qualified and unqualified, and that is also helping us not only with a lower average age and much more prosperous minority communities. Just to give you one, you asked for a brief answer, one data point, we're the second largest Spanish-speaking country in the world, 67 million Latinos. They have roughly the GDP of Italy, and with 18% of the population, they are establishing 2/3 of the newly established private companies.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Very interesting. In the second round, I would like to shift the discussion a little bit on mid-term and longer-term projects for the center-left. This conference, as I said, is also about sharing ideas. And I would like to ask all of you what you think could be a project or projects for the center-left in the next 1 to 5 years. Because I personally believe that center-left parties also have to be interesting. You know, we sometimes have to come up with new things that can enthuse, if not the people, at least the public opinion. And I thought about, can I even answer this question myself? And I would like to share one thought with you quite briefly. I think that we could talk more about regional inequalities. And the German government is, in July, publishing a report about the equality of regions. This has never been done before. Very detailed report with structural indicators combined with severe public opinion polling about how people in different regions see the infrastructure, development, and the local community at home. And we know from much research that there's a strong link between the assessment, the factual infrastructure locally, the assessment of this infrastructure by the people, and ideas about democracy, populism, right-wing affinity. So that's what I would bring in. I think we should talk more about the social cohesion on a regional level, which is a goal that is even included in our federal constitution. So there's also a link there. I think it just explains a lot. And last point, many people say that they very well know in what kind of region, compared to other regions, they live. So comparing regions with each other is also a factor in politics. So that would be my small idea, to talk more about the inequality of regions. I think it explains a lot, and a lot of stuff can be done about it, as this report says. Benedetta, I know it's a big question, but in what terms, in terms of renewal projects, are you thinking at the moment?
Yeah, first of all, I find this idea very interesting. I think this is cleavages that exist more already in the public perception in some countries than in others, but yeah, very interesting idea. From a European perspective, I think that also we need to see what is the reality of things today, and at the European level, we will certainly go towards having both a council and a commission that will be more conservative, and a European Parliament as well, although not as much as others would have wanted, I would say. So we have to deal with this, but I think also these last elections show us that it's possible that during the 5 years there will be reverses in the tendencies with the national elections coming, and we will see, I mean, now we have a string of elections until the end of the year that we will see what they bring. I think, though, that as progressives, we really need to continue on one hand, for sure, a very strong green transition track. We should never backtrack on this, because we know, and not only from our own guts, but really from also all the economic world, and also from everything that science tells us, that we can't backtrack anymore, also because of all the investment that already went there. But we, on the contrary, need to really give the green transition the more investment leg that it lacks, in order to, for Europe to use it as a, I don't know how you say it in English, but a volano, like something that allows the European economy to become more competitive, and therefore also to create a certain economic growth and stability that citizens are looking for. And I think that on the other hand, we need to be much, much, much bolder on how we finance this transition and on how much money we put in this transition, and not only on the transition, but really also on the social compensation that the transition requires, and especially on fiscal policy. I think we really, as progressives, we were shy. We were too shy. I think there is much more we can do to also make sure that we re-include some fairness in the way social policies are financed. I see that there is a huge demand from that perspective from citizens when it comes to major crises that are affecting our social services, housing, health, education. In so many countries, there is a problem with this, and I think we need to tackle it, and we need to be bold as progressives in the way we tackle it. At the same time, I think these European elections, for me, are also very worrying from the perspective of the youth vote. So I think that we need to do a lot to tackle youth preoccupations, and the fact that so many young people as first voters have been voting for the far right is really a very preoccupying symptom, although there is also some inequalities throughout Europe, because we have seen that, for example, in Italy, as I was telling earlier, there was a massive support from young people to progressive parties. So there is also diversity within Europe. But I think that is still a very preoccupying fact. And I think that there is so much more we can deliver to youth, also in the way we include youth into the participation into politics. And this is something that the Greens take really good care of normally, but probably there is more that we can do also in making redistribution policies that arrive to the hearts of people that really have are having struggles, and making them understand also that indeed in the green transition there is so much that can actually relieve also the financial constraints when it comes to housing and energy, for example.
So we have a bold, just transition, we have a focus on finance and investment, and we have a focus on the youth. All I would agree upon. How do you see that? Are those issues that you are thinking about? And I know, Karis, that you are responsible also for a project on the renewal aspect. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about your way of thinking on this subject.
And you have taken three good ones there.
Okay, that's good to know.
So I think, reflecting on the last couple of days, we've heard again and again that incumbent social democratic parties are struggling and they're not managing to see off the far right. And just to say that I really hope that in 3 to 4 years there isn't a British person sitting here saying exactly what we've heard. I think we really need to learn the lessons and think about what a social democratic government can actually do for people, and how they can communicate that to make sure that those votes are kept. I think in terms of the project that we're doing, I think the other thing I would add is just that any successful political project needs to really understand the times that we live in. And so our starting point is to really take stock of how society and the economy has changed. And one of the key dimensions of that is shifting geopolitics. Again, we've discussed this a lot over the last couple of days. But clearly the boundaries between domestic economic policy and foreign policy are much more blurred than they used to be. Where our supply chains need to be is shifting. There are lots of other dimensions that I could go into, such as the regional inequality piece, the wealth inequality piece, the sense that things aren't working. And in our work, we're kind of sketching out each of those. I do think what it leads you to is that it is utterly essential that governments have clear economic plans for a just transition to make sure that process is fair. But that needs to look at the structures of the economy and who has power in the economy. And so I'm quite excited by some of the proposals you see in the UK, for example, to enhance workers' rights, to have a national wealth fund so that there's a kind of social return on some of the public investment going in, and also looking at our voting system and how we can reform democracy so that people feel that they genuinely have a say. And I think it's in that, how do you ensure that people have a sense of agency and power over their lives in the economy as well as in electoral voting systems that we need to be thinking about.
Yeah, thank you very much for this good overview, and we wish you all good luck with that, of course. And we are very pleased that so many of you came to this conference from the UK, so that you are very interested, obviously, in what's happening on the continent. And we are always looking forward to invitations to London as well, right? Yeah. Which brings me to Michael. We love to go to the US as well, by the way. Yeah.
Call me on November 6th.
Michael. In the midterm prospect, like in the next 1 to 5 years, what should and will be a project of renewal for the Democrats that can defeat Trumpism? Or will you basically continue the strategy that you started, IRA investments, talking about it? Or do you see anything new?
No, I think that is a pretty progressive agenda for a US-based Democratic Party after the collective move of the entire political spectrum towards the right that started in the Reagan era. And all the way up to the Obama era, when we had visitors at the Center for American Progress, it was always ironic to see that US policy by this progressive president was positioned slightly to the right of German conservatives. That is now changing. We are kind of attaching us to a more social liberal or social democratic program, and I think that needs to be implemented. I feel that the make or break point, maybe less for the United States, but very much for many other Western societies, is indeed diversity. Our societies will look differently in the future, and this is including all the issues that you have mentioned, I feel the make or break point, because this is a potential fissure in Western societies that will be dramatic. I mean, in 2050, average age here in Germany will be over 51 years, with 30% of the population entitled to pension payments. I mean, you do the math. This society will look different. Italy, Greece, Spain is even more dramatic in terms of fertility rates. Latin America is flatlining. Mexican cities like Monterrey, Guadalajara, Mexico City have fertility rates at the German level at 1.3, 1.4. And except for the Philippines and India, there's only one region that will be able to supply migration, qualified and not low-skilled, which is Africa. And I think unless you figure out a way from a progressive perspective to talk about diversity and migration in a constructive manner, you will run into massive problems given the economic challenges that the demographic decline, especially in Europe, will cause. We will start, if we ever finish that wall vis-a-vis Mexico at the Rio Grande, we will start chopping holes into that wall and dragging people over 25 years from now, because the United States will require, with all the retiring baby boomers, a lot of people that supply labor, manicure our gardens, and do the groceries and rebuild the country. And I feel this is, for the United States, a strategic advantage. Our Latino population in 2050 will be 31 years of age on average. That's the rejuvenating force of the American society. And there is something also to be had for transatlantic conversation on these issues.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. Big topic for the next year's demographic change in Germany. Thank you all. Since we have 5 more minutes, I would like to ask each of you just the same question, and I ask for a short answer. You've been walking through the aisle here, listening to different conversations. I think, Benedetta, you came in a little bit later. So I'm sorry that you might not come up with a lot of stuff, but I wanted to ask you, what did you take away from the conference? What was this maybe one thought that you have that you found interesting, that you experienced?
Look, I found this, let's say, parallelism between experiences in Europe, UK, and the US very, very interesting, because it allows us to see also where do we stand. I take away that although we have a lot of signals and a lot of narratives that tells us that we should try to be more moderate, or like also lower our standards when it comes to human rights, or the idea that we have for inclusive society, democratic societies, and so on, we still have the power to reverse this tendency, and we should be actually bold and standing on our ground in claiming for the kind of society that we would like to see, while at the same time strategizing really and making alliances with the parts of the society, but also with parts of the society that are not so close to us. And I'm thinking here really like about the business world, for example. I really don't see how we can just let, let's say, the more moderate, liberal, conservative parts of the society slip towards far-right ideology, including those parts of the society that indeed have an interest in, making sure that there is economic stability, for example. How do you conciliate the need for economic stability, and so certainty about investment, for example, with these crazy cuckoo banana people that really want to govern our societies today. Like, I think we really need to speak to everyone we can, and also not let slip this part of the society that, on the contrary, is voting for the far right because they want to have change and they hope that these people will deliver change. Don't let them think that we don't want to talk to them. I think this has been a mistake that we have been doing during the last years as progressives, that we gave for granted that these people will not be people that would like to speak to us. And the fact that so many young people have voted for these parties makes me think that this is not true, because these people we can really speak to still. So we just need to find the language. So I think that this is really a takeover that I take out of this conference and in general of this period where we have to rebuild a little bit our self-confidence as progressives.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very nice. Karis, I saw you taking notes, and what was the note that you liked the most, found the most interesting?
Well, I've already mentioned it, but I just think it's so striking how shared so many of these challenges are, and particularly this struggling of incumbents to deliver and communicate, and particularly, I guess, that second bit. And I think the takeaway for me, and I guess we're at quite a different kind of point in the political cycle, is the importance of making sure that the steps are put in place early to actually deliver on that change that people are voting for, because clearly that is what people are voting for, and making sure that that is really tangible. So what are the early wins that you can point to and say, this is how your life is different with a progressive government in place?
Thank you very much. Michael.
Look, I think my takeaway is that you initiated a conversation, starting with the title of the conference on progressive security, that is talking about responsibilities to defend self-determination and democracy, maintain prosperity in Western societies, but also be deeply concerned about the lack of investment, global governance, and global inclusion. And all of that together is almost impossible to solve. I emphasize the almost, because I feel that everybody here in the room has been dedicated not to run away from these complexities, but to find solutions. And I feel that is energizing and reason for hope. It's just one footnote. When you talked about the notion to talk more about regions, I saw our friend, the Spanish State Secretary, scratch his head, because he probably is happy that people were talking less about Catalonia and the Basque Country, because that has resulted in a good outcome for his political party. So I would just say we have to figure out how to frame our respective conversations in environments that are partially similar, but also very different at times.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to do at those conferences, like Progressive Governance Conference. I was talking to some of the people of das progressive Zentrum. What do you think were the key messages of this conference? And we came up together with three. The first one is that progressive security is a complex but very important term. So we believe that it was the right choice to use this term as the headline for the conference, but it is not enough for progressives. We have to find strong messages on social mobility and change as well. Secondly, the topic of hope we found was, even though the times are tough, the question of hope was going around a lot. And this hope, the radiating confidence, radiating a better future, can be done if we stop focusing on convincing the citizens to prevent right-wing extremism, but focus more on our own narratives, and those narratives have to be linked to our principles. I think this was also a point that many of the conference people said. And then I would like to close this session with a note that I found very interesting by Patrick Gaspard yesterday. He said, "Successful election campaigns are never won by looking back, but always by looking into the future. But if you have achieved good things in government, you should link them to points in the future." So you can do both, but you have to do it in an intelligent way. yeah, thank you very much, everybody, for listening to us, to you three to discuss with us. And we now coming to the end of the conference, and I have the honor now for the final word. I hope everybody enjoyed the 2 days. I hope the multi-dimensional character of progressive security became clearer. I hope that many of you bring home new ideas, bag of insights, exchange new contacts, because that's also what this conference is for. And sure enough, this conference would not be able without the diligent work of many people behind the scenes. And I cannot mention all of the team of das Progressive Zentrum, but I tell you, I'm really, really proud of you. What you've done in the last, amazingly, really amazingly. I mean, this has been going on for weeks. We all can imagine what it means to bring people from all parts of the world to Berlin and so on. I just want to mention 3 people on behalf of the group. First one, of course, is Florian, Mr. Progressive Governance Conference, who I admire very much for his ability not to sleep. Paulina Fröhlich, thank you very much. Behind the scenes, very important. Deputy Director of das Progressive Zentrum. Very important with her organizational skills and for the team. And of course, the mastermind of das Progressive Zentrum and of the conferences, Dominik Schwickert, who I really admire for his commitment and his will to organize all this. Because I tell you this, without him, this would not be going on. So big applause for Dominik. And before I send you all to lunch, I will also like to take the time to thank the people in the Landesvertretung, the staff that helped us here in this building. I think that was a perfect location, and we felt very, very comfortable. I would like to thank the co-hosts and partners. I mean, this has been 24 organizations. They all work together. It's not easy to bring all this together. Thank you very much for your patience and for your energy. And last but not least, thank you very much to Maria. I think you have been a wonderful host. And I said to her, you should be the next moderator of a talk show on German television. Yeah. There you are. So, thank you very much, and I hope to see you on one of the next Progressive Governance conferences.